Members of council? Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. Before we go back to the speakers list, members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item MPB41, 2023 operating and capital budgets. Councillor Carroll has advance circulated a motion on this item. The clerk staff will also email members and their staff to advise that these materials are now available. So if we can put the speakers list, we do have the speakers list. Councillor Morley, your questions are directed to?
The Chief of Police.
Okay, so if we can have the police. Okay, Councillor Morley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Chief of Police. I was heartened to hear about some of the successes that were had in my colleague Councillor Cole's ward in Lawrence Heights and the work that police had done in partnership with other organizations in the City of Toronto. I just wondered if you could comment for us on what are some of the critical aspects of social infrastructure what are some of the important aspects of social infrastructure that are critical to community safety outside of policing?
Through you, Madam Chair. We partner certainly with SDFA, Toronto Community Housing, the school board, and of course local service providers. One of the hallmarks of our neighborhood community officer program is they are on the ground, responsive to community needs and connecting people with community resources that are in those neighborhoods where they are investing their time and effort.
Wonderful. Thank you for raising that because I wanted to talk a little bit about the Neighborhood Officer Program as well. I had worked very hard in my community in Etobicoke Lakeshore prior to getting elected to secure some neighborhood officers in one of our areas that has unfortunately seen a high rate of violence and lack of youth engagement. And so we were successful in that. So I just wondered if you could speak to some of the successes and the benefits of the neighborhood officer model.
I can. Every community I've gone to where there are neighborhood officers, quite frankly, there's resounding support in the communities. There, in fact, is support where they'd like more officers and they'd like them to stay there longer during their tenure in those positions. So we are seeking every opportunity we can as resources permit to grow that program, and that's part of what our request is here today.
Can you just, for us, highlight some of the differences between a standard boots on the ground officer and the neighborhood officer program?
Sure. Through you, Chair. Fundamentally, our police officers respond to calls for service in their police cars. They're dispatched by the dispatcher to prioritized calls. Neighborhood community officers are assigned to specific neighborhoods for protracted periods of time, meaning that is their only duty, is to police in neighborhoods. They are not there necessarily to take priority calls. Of course, if they're in the area of when they respond, but their function is actually to work in the communities on the ground and be responsive to co-design, co-develop, and co-deliver community safety with the neighborhoods they're assigned to. They do not move around from those neighborhoods. During their tenure in a neighborhood, they stay in that neighborhood, build relationships, and solve issues challenging those communities.
Thank you for that. And one of the things that I've noted in my community and also just over the years of working with police through the CPLC and through other councillors' offices is not only are the relationships built, but it also having consistent officers in neighborhoods for a longer period of time allows folks to build trust and familiarity with those officers. And so I'm really encouraged by that model. The last thing I just wanted to quickly ask and touch on is something we've heard a lot from our residents in Etobicoke Lakeshore is around police response time. And my understanding is these additional funds is going to partially address that. Your colleague mentioned 200 new officers. Can you speak to us about how the response time will be impacted by these additional funds?
Our request is focused primarily on staffing towards our emergency response core service delivery. So you will see the request is for 200 net new, of which the vast majority are going to priority response. In fact, it's 162 to priority response. 16 to neighborhood officers, and 22 to major case management. So the vast majority is to address our concerns around core service delivery related to priority response times.
Do you have a figure by chance, like on average, what is the current response time?
I can tell you that on priority one calls, we average 21 minutes, and roughly 50% of the times when no unit is available, that's about half the time, our response time climbs to upwards of 30 minutes.
Got it. And you're working towards, what's the sort of average that we're
The
working
standard
towards?
set by our board many years ago was 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Awesome. Thank you, Chief. Through you, Madam Chair. Those are my
Thank you.
questions.
Before we go to the next question, so can I have a motion by council that now that we're back from our break, that we extend it to 8 o'clock, and then we'll review that at 8 o'clock if necessary. So moved by Councillor Morley, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Sachs, your questions are directed to,
Transportation.
pardon?
Transportation.
Transportation?
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
All right. Yes, Ms. Gray, people in my ward can't understand why so much money is being spent on the Gardner extension, which is mostly used by non-residents of the city, while our own streets are falling apart and the TTC service is being cut. If we cancel the Gardner extension, how much money will we be able to transfer to other urgent projects in the city?
So through the speaker to Councillor Sachs, the $1.9 billion in our 10-year capital plan for the Gardner Expressway rehabilitation is for the entire 18 kilometers of the roadway. That includes 11 kilometers of road and 7 kilometers of bridge decks and their related infrastructure. That information and those bridges, we are provincially mandated to keep in a state of good repair. They are well beyond their useful life. They are well past 60 years. And so we absolutely need to do state of good repair on the entire Gardner Expressway. It's very complicated. We're doing it in small phases. 3 of those are either completed, underway now, or about to be underway soon. Our budget for 2023 is $60 million, of which all is committed. Our budget for 2024 is about $187 million, of which all is to be or will soon be committed.
So the answer is none.
The answer is none, and if we were to go back and take a look at the project and come up with a different outcome from what we have been directed to do right now, a different scenario to have a different outcome, we would have to do a number of steps, and I know through Councillor Matlow's administrative inquiry, we will be reporting back on that at IEC upcoming.
Thank you. To the TTC, is there anybody here from the TTC? Okay.
Yes.
So my question is...
Hold on.
Okay.
That's why I asked you at the
Stop my
beginning,
time, please.
so you can give staff an opportunity to come down.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, people in my ward have noticed a noticeable deterioration in the frequency of TTC service since the budget was announced on January the 10th. I personally have seen a great extension in time, longer than I've ever seen before, and often so long that I give up and walk. How much would it cost to restore service levels to what they were last year?
So through the speaker, to restore back to the 22 budget, it would be an addition of $46.5 million.
Okay, thank you very much. Question for environment, Mr. Nolan. Does the city have enough money now to scale up home energy retrofits as requested by the Toronto Climate Action Network in the petition that I delivered earlier today? And if not, what would have more impact? Directly funding a small number of loans from the city, or using the money that we have for credit enhancement for loans from other sources?
So through the speaker, we do not have enough money now to scale up the program in a significant way through the home energy loan program. I would say to your other question, credit enhancement programs have been shown in other jurisdictions to support scale of programs. and also provide additional benefits by providing additional customer base for the home industry retrofit businesses in those jurisdictions.
So we could get more bang for the buck and do more for the industry if we used our money for credit enhancement.
Through the speaker, that's what we're seeing in other jurisdictions.
All right, thank you. Question for Mr. Tanner. If you were able to get more money for respite centers and drop-in centers, would that make a meaningful difference in people having a place to, homeless people having a place to go other than TTC libraries and emergency rooms?
Through the speaker, and thanks for the question, Councillor. You know, we've opened up a significant amount of service as we've headed into this winter in the total of around 800 beds. We have 4 operational warming centers. We're trying to do the most with the resources we have available, and that includes staff and facilities, and we'll continue to do so.
And how much would it take to make a meaningful difference in the number of homeless people we see in the TTC, the libraries and emergency rooms?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, we will continue to make the best use of our resources, but we also require a leadership at the provincial level and a strategy to address some of the upstream issues that continue to create and make people fall into homelessness in this city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, your questions are directed.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm talking about human resources and our vacancies. I'm not sure whether that would be city manager, HR.
Through the speaker, our chief people officer is just coming down, so if we just give a second, she'll take a microphone. Thanks,
Okay.
Councillor.
Great,
And
thank you.
anybody else that you're asking the questions to?
Police services,
Okay, so we'll get.
Shelter.
Okay, so we'll get to human resources person, the police services could take their seats. Okay, just one sec. Councillor
yeah,
Pasternak to
so-
human resources.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. With my notes here, our vacancies are around 3,400. Is that a number that's close?
It's a little closer to 3,800, but close enough.
3,800. And are all these positions posted to the general public and internally for recruitment?
Yes.
So I realize this number's been hanging over our heads for some months, maybe even a year and a half, 2 years, because I keep getting the same number. It doesn't seem to change.
Well, actually, that number has gone down. That's a new number that is significantly lower than it has been in the last couple of years.
3,700?
Yes.
That's lower.
Well, we filled about 15,000 jobs last year. So we had a vacancy rate of about 18% into 2021. So the number has come down quite a bit.
Well, during the pandemic and up to now, vacancy rate's been around 12%. Is that?
Actually, it was higher.
It was
But,
higher?
Yeah. close
Okay,
enough.
so fair enough. Now, as far as the recruitment is concerned, we're having trouble filling hundreds of jobs, and I realize that is a challenge. Is this because of labor market trends or what we're offering, or a bit of both?
It's a bit of both. We've been working in the background to address benchmarking our compensation to be at par with market, but we still have seen high turnover. It's slowing down. Our turnover has come down a little bit, just under 10%, but it is a bit of both.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Next set of questions for the police chief, and Chief Demko, thank you for taking on the big responsibility of running our police services. We're very lucky to have you. You've got a big task ahead of you. Now, I'm looking at some numbers here, and it looks like Toronto, on a per capita basis, is one of the most under-policed cities in North America. Is that a statistic you've heard before?
Through you, Speaker, do you mind just repeating the question?
As far as Toronto's police complement of sworn officers, it's one of the lowest, perhaps the lowest, smallest police force per capita in North America.
When comparing to other major cities, yes, absolutely.
It is. So I realize there's budgetary constraints, but is it tough to retain officers? Is it much tougher to fill than maybe 5, 8 years ago, retention? Do they leave more easily now?
Yeah, through you, Speaker. The dynamics on our hiring are interesting because we hire in classes. So it just so happens that we do have a significant contingent that frankly are eligible to retire. It also is sector-wide an issue in terms of hiring police officers at a pace to not only keep up with separations, but exceed them.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for that. Next set of questions is for Denise Campbell and the Toronto Community Crisis Support. I think we can all agree that we needed a unique unit to respond to mental health crisis. Sending police officers did not produce some of the best outcomes. How is this going now? This is not a pilot. This is a set budget line item of $10 million a year, correct me if I'm wrong, and that is an ongoing program that's just waiting for expansion if it works.
So through the Speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor. The 2023 budget includes a $13.7 million budget item for the Toronto Community Crisis Service. During the budget committee conversations, I stopped calling it a pilot and referred to it as the 4th emergency service in Toronto.
And we did get a report, I guess a month or so ago, your assessment of how it's going?
The assessment of our third-party evaluation evaluator, which is through the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. Yes, I released that midpoint evaluation, monitoring the first 6 months of the service's performance, which spoke to, confirmed that the service is doing what it's being developed and designed to do, but there are things that we need to invest in this year to have it be stronger so that we can be ready to recommend expansion.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Fletcher, your questions are directed to?
My questions are generally on fleet, so I have a number of questions to those who have fleets and how they're used. So I just think we have to wait for somebody unless Mr. Nolan has that or Ms. Scioli has that.
Your questions are directed
Oh,
to?
here he comes.
Okay.
Fleet services and then the use of fleets. Who's got what kind of
so
cars?
police services are here, so if you want to start your questions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm waiting. No, fleet. Mr. Could you turn my clock off, please?
Oh,
Mr. Jollymore, fleet. I know we all have to get, but don't, the police shouldn't leave because I've got questions too, so, about your fleet, whatever, and the fire fleet, and the city fleet. Could you turn that off, speaker, please, or
Yes,
dial me back? Thanks a lot. Mr. Jollymore's in place. When we had our budget conversations.
Okay, hold on, I'll start your timer again.
Thank you. Thanks, Speaker. When we had our budget conversations, you'd looked at the kind of amount of money that was going out the door from idling. And what did you put that at? Was it $500,000?
That is correct. Through the Speaker, we estimate the cost of idling at about $500,000
a year. And that's just for the city fleet?
That's just for the city fleet, so that wouldn't include the emergency services or the TTC.
Sorry, they're emergency services, so that's fire, EMS, and police services because
Correct.
they gas up at our gas. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, that was my question for the fleet. And you do have some plans to reduce that, but at the moment, it's a fairly large amount of money that we're wasting. You call that wastage, right?
So the city has been working over the past several years to reduce idling in the fleet.
Yes.
As I mentioned, through Budget Committee, we have a good portion of our fleet enabled with telematics.
Right.
That
But we're-
allows us to target.
Thank you. We're still $500,000 that we're wasting. Okay, thanks. That's on those fleets. Now I'm going to ask specific fleet questions, if you don't mind. Toronto Fire, could you stop that while people get in their places? Thank you so much. I'm just going to, you didn't stop me.
Tell them so they
This
can
is so
come down in
frustrating.
advance.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I did say That's
Yeah.
what I said.
Okay,
I'm just going to ask all of the services, including city, but for your fleet, Chief Peg, do people have cars that they're given by the service for their personal use because of their positions, and how many?
Madam Speaker, there are a total of 13 Toronto Fire Services staff that have an assigned emergency response vehicle for personal use, and that is a direct result of their after-hours emergency response expectations.
And their personal use would include weekends and other things in that way?
It does. It's 24/7, and that's the expectation they're available to us.
Trips?
With the exception of course, family personal trips.
Oh, no family personal trips. That's your policy?
That's
Yes,
correct.
thank you very much. I'm going to ask the city manager, does the city of Toronto have such a, do you have a car? No, I don't think you have a, does anybody in the city have a fleet, personal vehicle use, city-owned car?
Through the speaker, from a senior leadership perspective, no, we don't have a fleet vehicle provided.
But you'd get kilometers or car allowance, is that right?
Through the speaker, yeah, contracts would accommodate for
They would
car
accommodate
allowances.
that. And I don't know if EMS is here. Don't think so. Oh, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
How about in your fleet? How many EMS folks in your command would have personal use vehicles that belong to EMS?
Through the speaker, there are about 10 leadership staff that are assigned vehicles similar to fire. They're expected to be on call 24/7 to respond to major emergency incidents.
24/7 response, that's your policy? Yes, and does that include personal use for family, as Chief said, is that
If
family use?
required, but the expectation is that they're on call 24/7 for emergency incidents, yes.
For corporate, but if you go for a trip, that car's going with you, or is
Well,
that?
it is for you, but you're expected to log those hours.
Log the hours,
and
okay.
report them accordingly.
Thank you. And then for police service, how many have I understand everyone above inspector has a car that's assigned to them through police
Yes,
services. How
through
many
you,
people?
Through you, Speaker, just to clarify, these are not considered personal use
I'm
vehicles.
sorry, I
These are
can't hear you.
police. These are police vehicles. They're
Yes.
kitted out with sirens, and it is in part because they are officers 24/7, and it's part of their on-duty and off-duty requirement. We also expect our senior officers to be in the community and to be in their teams, and so they are out 3 to 5 times a week, engaging with community at various events locally.
So are there any senior command officers that aren't in the field that have a car?
Senior officers
Could you just
do
speak up
that
a
are
tiny little bit for me, please?
that are police vehicles, and this is a collectively bargained agreement. The reference around personal use is actually governed by CRA, so we do have mileage and report logs, but the primary use is for work purposes.
And work purposes would be considered people in the field that have that relationship?
Including, we are geographically dispersed throughout the city, and our operational units are not our divisions, but as well as other locations as well. And so it is for work purposes.
And that's in the collective agreement or in your Senior Officers Association agreement?
Yes, we have a Senior Officers Association. It is a collectively bargained entitlement.
For that, so there's
Yes.
186 people in that, but they all have a car?
No, only 86 of them would, just the sworn members would, given the 24/7 nature of their role.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's it for the questions. So we will now go to speakers. Okay, if I can please have some quiet, please, staff. Everyone back there? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. I think we have come to a good place in that the budget that will be finalized after the speeches that are now just beginning and the next few votes will make it the best budget for these times. You know, for these times, it's incredibly challenging times financially and very difficult times for the city. I think the adjustments we're about to make here and the motion that has been pre-circulated by Councillor Carroll will help people even more. We'll be responsive to what we heard with the deputations and the other input that we got from the public. And I know councillors will be moving motions that put more investments, new investments, additional investments in front of us in housing, fighting homelessness, anti-violence initiatives, young people, mental health, and so on. And I want to thank members from across the council for working together to get this budget to the point where approval is imminent. It's been far and away the toughest budget that I've experienced, working on this one for almost a year, and it's the 9th one that I've worked on. I think the combination of rising inflation, increased fuel costs, interest rate hikes, supply chain challenges, and increased shelter costs, decreased TTC fare box revenues, all of this coming at the same time as growing human need, made this a very difficult budget, and that was added on top of concerns we all have with respect to community safety and affordability. But as promised, and this was an important commitment we made from the beginning, the budget protects frontline services. It keeps increases borne by taxpayers as low as possible, I think in pretty well all cases below the rate of inflation, and it makes it clear that the other governments, if we want to make ourselves sustainable, that the other governments have to come to the table to agree on a new fiscal framework that supports cities like Toronto. We as a council have started work on that, and that is an important step in the right direction that we took, I think, starting seriously last week. So right now we're budgeting for the current reality of our situation as a city. And we have to balance, and this is the key to budget making, have to balance affordability with the need to protect frontline services. And this budget, I think, does that. You know, it's hard to achieve that balance, but I think that we've done that. It invests in housing and proposes to continue with the work that we've done, so much work. Since 2015, the city's increased direct funding from $359 million to $616 million. The 10-year capital plan for housing has grown from $96 million to, in 2015 to $3.76 billion in direct city funding for housing-related accounts. The budget invests in transit an additional $53 million in the city's subsidy to the TTC. That, too, has been substantially increased over the years, bringing the total subsidy to now close to $1 billion, an increase of 75% since I became mayor in 2014. This will help to ensure that the TTC will invest in more safety, continue to maintain service levels well above ridership levels, because those ridership levels have suffered significantly through the pandemic, and of course they continue to suffer. This one is also a difficult balance to achieve. You know, one of many. We can't just make these big decisions assuming business as usual at the TTC, because it's not. It's not business as usual anywhere. That's not where we are, and that's, I think most people know that, including the people who use the TTC and who understand that we invested way above the ridership levels all through the pandemic, as we should have, and continue to do that today. And it is crucial for our recovery that we do have a safe transit system and continue to offer service levels above ridership, which we are doing. The budget makes an investment in community safety, because we've got to have a safe city, and we listened to the answers given by the police chief earlier on. And we set up this false choice often, that it's a choice between investing in community safety through policing or investing in social supports, and it's not. And I think the budget proves that as well. It does provide the police with additional officers, 911 response time operators, expanded neighborhood policing, and so on. But at the same time, we do invest and have invested, in the motion that Councillor Carroll has moved will make additional investments in community services. And let's not forget the investment we're making in the Toronto Community Crisis Service, which sends a non-response police out to help people. And so the staff have worked so hard on the budget in every respect. I mean, this has gone on for more than a year. I started the first meetings with them a year or so ago, and also with Councillor Crawford. And the motions, they worked on finding what amounted to be about $8 million in the end in offsets used to fund additional priorities. And I just want to read the list of what Councillor Carroll's motion covers. And it's a motion that she's put forward, but has been discussion across the council. Increasing the number of seniors eligible for property tax relief. Increasing the number of mental health outreach workers.
Sorry, Mayor Tory, I'm just going to put your time on hold. Councillor Matlow, please, if you have to speak to anyone, can you go at the back of the council chambers? And when we do have a member of council speaking and the mayor speaking, I ask you to please go to the back, Councillor Matlow, and staff as well. Thank you. Sorry.
Increasing the number of mental health outreach workers on the TTC, providing an inflationary increase for the Community Partnership Investment Program, reopening youth hubs, including Danzig, providing more funding for warming centers, helping provide more rent relief for people who need it, $1 million for the rent bank, investing in the Scarborough Business Association, providing for more safe TO for Etobicoke and North York, funding to the Arts Council for youth violence, investing in 519, augmentation of the home energy loan program. These are smart investments. So I hope that this is a motion that you can all support, and it will help us, I think, come together to kind of complete the budget process in a way that I think we all would hope for. I want to just finish with a couple of thanks, Speaker, very important thanks. First of all, to Councillor Gary Crawford. He has done this 9 times. He's a rock-solid budget chair, and I think all members of council can be happy with the work that he does, representing the people, but also representing them. I want to thank the people who took part in the budget process. There were a lot of them in many different ways, and I think they made a positive difference, certainly on me when I saw deputations right across the city. I want to thank both Deputy Mayor McKelvey and also Councillor Carroll, Chair of the Economic Development and Community Committee. And finally, I want to thank members of the City Council for their cooperation in getting to a place where I think this motion is a very solid basis for discussion. This is the way we do things. I think it shows the very best of us in extremely challenging times. I mean, these are very, very challenging times for the budget and for the city. And I think for us to have come together and made as much progress as we have, and we'll see how we do with other motions and with this one in particular, I think shows a government working at its best. I urge the members to support the budget, and they'll support it by making a relatively limited number of investments and in particular additional amendments, but also in particular by supporting Councillor Carroll's message, because what the budget represents overall and the motion today is a whole series of difficult but very carefully considered choices. That's what you have to make. You have to try and achieve that balance. You can't do everything that you want to do. You never can in a budget, whether it's a household budget or a company budget or a government budget. And I know that we urgently need a new financial arrangement with the other governments to really make this work. The present arrangement we go on year after year is not sustainable, but that is something that's going to have to be worked on going forward. For now, we have this budget that represents that balance and that represents that series of choices that have been made, including involvement in the latter stages with many members of council, and I commend that motion to you, and I commend this budget to you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the motion is going, it was quite a long one. I'm wondering, since it's on the CMP, if we can scroll it but consider it read. I heard 1 yes. Now I'm up to 2. Madam Speaker, before you and posted on the CMP and certainly circulated to the public and members of the media ASAP is it's been nicknamed an omnibus motion. We've gotten into the habit over the last few years of calling it that. I call it a consensus motion. And I hope that's the case here today. Once before in my career, in a difficult time, and I think we're in a difficult time now. We're in that post-pandemic space and we're having difficult times. Once before we were having a difficult time, it was during the mayoralty of Mayor Ford. And we similarly, there was $12 million and we were fighting over it. And what we did was spent a couple of days over a weekend coming together, pulling together factions and figure out what are those last red button issues that we all heard when the budget went on its roadshow. And these are the ones that really mean the most to the public, that we heard the most about, and we know make the most difference. Sometimes the smallest amount of money can make a difference if you always are guided in the budget by spend for impact. Sometimes spend for impact can mean $1 billion in capital. It can mean starting a new community center that takes 20 new staff members and several $1 million. And sometimes as little as $300,000, you can make a huge impact. And that's the art of a city budget. And that is the art of this motion. There are people that need to be thanked. Mayor Tory has already thanked Councillor Crawford for taking this show on the road so that we heard what those red button issues were. But I do want to thank Mayor Tory and his staff, because in order to pull this consensus motion together, we were able to do something that we weren't able to do in 2012. We were able to go to the mayor's staff and ask them to help coordinate the consensus building. And that they did at the mayor's direction. And so they deserve that thanks. And Councillor Matlow earlier began to thank people having already had a look at this motion. Councillor Morley for her advocacy on SafeTO. Councillor Fletcher for being very much one of the people who passed back and forth to get this list together. Councillor Sachs added the help program at the last minute with a lot of working with staff to figure out how that was going to be possible to do. Councillor Crisanti, Pasternak, and Peruzza never give up on having another look at the bar for the property tax and user fee relief program. All of those people, we've highlighted them. But really, as the mayor has already said, you should all thank yourself, because if this motion is in fact a consensus motion, it ought to show up, to show that we really are thinking it through and spending by impact. It ought to show up in 25 different newsletters, because you will get into your newsletter and you will say things like that you topped up CPIP, so that all of those not-for-profit agencies that rely on the city to provide some of their funds got an inflationary top-up, that you supported such worthy programs as Malvern Family Resource Center, being able to add 2 new youth hubs in a neighborhood that desperately needs it, that you worked with EDC in consultation with the Toronto Arts Council to make sure that arts funding that really reaches youth who really need it, to promote youth engagement and to discourage youth violence, will all happen as a result of the work that you did in programs like RISE and Remix at the NIA Center and so on and so forth. You'll be saying that. That's why when we work by consensus the way we have over the last couple of days, we get to the point where we can all say that we're proud of this document. The SafeTO program that's already been highlighted, we had a big debate in our very last budget just before the election. We scraped together to come up with $350 to please start the Towards Peace program in a couple of neighborhoods, and it worked. It was very successful. You are adding 2 more today. You're adding 2 more neighborhoods to that. And you're chopping that up a little bit more, as Councillor Morley pointed out to me, we're adding to Yace and Jane and Finch.
5
That's
seconds.
a program I know well. So when you promote that one, I want you to use the phrase, Yace time, say what? Because you are making a difference in a program that I will tell you about for hours if anyone wants to know what you did. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
you.
I hope the consensus is evident in the vote.
We do have a question for you.
Sure.
Councillor Moyes, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one question to my colleague, Councillor Carroll. It's really around 1B, and it's really around shelter support and housing administration.
Yes.
You made a request for $800,000 here. Can you perhaps elaborate as to where you expect those funds to go?
100%. I'm glad you asked. This goes to the debate that we had just last week in council about 24/7 warming centers. We didn't have a budget and it's new dollars before us last week. We do have a report coming in April that both the medical officer of health and Mr. Tanner will be both commenting on. If we wanted to look at a 24/7 warming model, what would that look like? But with this investment today, because the need is now, and no one disputes that, yes, there's a need now, what this allows him to do is, in a sense, pilot. We will provide, one of those warming centers will become 24/7 and be so until April 15th. And that will greatly inform that April report. So that if we're going to proceed with that model, we'll really know what the challenges are in real time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to stand and really to thank Councillor Carroll for bringing forward the motion that she just spoke about. No budget is perfect. And this one is not perfect. So just want to state that out loud. But, I'm really proud that we have 7 new councillors in this chamber, and we actually all came together to work on this amendment that Councillor Carroll spoke about, and some of the existing councillors as well. And, we had some late nights here going through it and working with the mayor and his team and others. And so we're really thankful for the end result of this. And, I'm just really thankful that, people in my ward, the 519, for example, is going to benefit from this. This will really help a lot of people. They serve a lot of great people in our community and across the city. And I'm so happy that, my advocacy is able to help them. Again, for example, the rent bank is really important. And one of the things we talked about a lot here over the course of the budget and in Toronto Public Health and elsewhere is the mental health problems we have on the TTC. And we're able to actually negotiate and help to actually hire, or will be hiring more mental health outreach workers to help address some of these needs. So it really is, some of these are critical services, and the benefit, the residents of Toronto will benefit from this. So I'm really, really happy of the end result here. Like I said, the budget is not perfect, but with what we were able to do with it, I'm pleased with it, and I'm happy to support the amendment that was brought forth here today. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Certainly this budget isn't perfect. We can all come up with a long list of ways in which it isn't. We have this enormous COVID hole. We have the money that we need from the federal and provincial governments that we don't have. I hear a lot of anguished calls from my constituents for us to do more on an enormous range of things. Do more to help the poor, do more to repair our infrastructure, do more to get people out of the cold, to do more on climate action. There's so much more that we desperately need and can't afford. And we've been put in this position by the provincial government and by the past practice of the city of always keeping tax raises below the rate of inflation. So we've had less money every year to deliver the services we need at the very same time that the Ford government has taken hundreds of millions of dollars away from our ability to provide the infrastructure that we need. But I did want to focus for a moment on one thing that we are doing here to try to do more with less, and that's with the Home Energy Loan Program. So many of you know, I hope you know, that fossil fuel use in existing buildings is the largest source of Toronto's climate pollution. And that climate pollution has real consequences, which we can see all around the world and even here in Toronto. We saw the ski hill that was built out in front of City Hall. They chose the middle of February because this is the most reliable time for winter in southern Ontario, and that's no longer reliable, and that's a terrible economic burden for any part of the economy that depends on winter sports, whether skating or skiing or snowmobiling or ice fishing or the skating on the canal in Ottawa. Climate change is going to turn all of our lives upside down. But in Toronto, about 40,000 houses a year get renovated already in significant ways where there is a major opportunity to include energy efficiency in those retrofits when it's much less expensive, and most of them don't. And when that opportunity gets missed, it gets missed on average for a decade, 2 decades, a generation or more, as climate change is going faster and faster. So the City of Toronto put a lot of effort in setting up a program called the Home Energy Loan Program about 9 years ago. And for 8 of those years, it accomplished almost nothing. And it accomplished almost nothing because the interest rate was set at a cost recovery rate for the city, for which there's a good reason, but it meant there was no advantage to people. And it also was poorly understood, poor coordination with the financial institutions. It didn't work. But a really good thing happened last year. Last year, we got money from the federal government to subsidize the interest rates interest rose. People are more and more aware of climate. The contracting industry became aware of it. And we got hundreds of applications, which are now in a long queue. And Environment and Energy has been working to try to deal with it. But we've run out of the money for the subsidy. And so if we don't do anything else, it's just going to collapse again. Now, remember, we need the contractors to be investing in their staff. We want good green jobs in Toronto. The contractors have to encourage their staff to do it. This has to be worth the staff's while to take the training. That only works if there's continuity, a predictable support for these kinds of retrofits, and we are about to lose that. So I'm glad to have been able to work with staff, and particularly with our CFO and other staff, to find a way to keep that program going this year, which increases our chances of getting federal money next year, increases our chances of building on the tremendous success we had last year, increases our chances of missing fewer of those 40,000 retrofits that are going to happen this year, improves the chances of green jobs in Toronto, and that is a really simple change. Instead of ourselves controlling the money and using our own money for lending out to a small number of houses, we will use our money to provide interest rate support so that the private sector money can be lent through this program. And I already began the meetings to pull that together. We're working with staff. We're going to be able to scale this up by a sensible readjustment of the money, and that's going to be good for Toronto, and hopefully create the conditions so that when the federal government finally comes to its senses, we'll be ready to go. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Green.
It's not there. There we go. Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's to increase the 2023 capital budget for parks by 1.5 million for a splash pad and playground in Ward 16 with funds from Section 37 from developments in the ward and Section 42 above 5% cash in lieu.
Okay, thank you.
Get right to the point.
Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have a motion. I'm going to speak about this motion, which requests a very small reallocation of funding from the $48 million increase to the police services budget. It amounts to 0.08%, and it would be to support organizations that are community-based and providing 24/7 respite, getting the people inside who are experiencing homelessness. I have a letter that speaks to the capacity of the community to do this. But first I want to talk about the amendment that Councillor Carroll introduced. And I want to say that I am so happy to see that after the discussions we had last week and hearing a lot of no about what wasn't possible, that there were mature, responsible conversations that took place among councillors with the mayor's office, and that we found a way to provide things that are absolutely crucial for the city. When we were talking about budget and we heard the deputations, it stood out so clearly to me that we cannot only use enforcement to find our way through the crises that are facing our city. We know that homelessness is a crisis facing Toronto like it hasn't before, that violence prevention and focusing on young people, providing the community supports that are needed, these things are absolutely essential. Because safety is so much more than just one dimension. It's having a place to sleep at night. It's making sure that when you're a young person, you have another option than getting into criminal activity, that you have a place to go, that there are mental health supports. This caring approach, community caring, community-based is absolutely crucial, and I'm proud of everyone here for being able to arrive at that point. Regarding the reallocation that I'm talking about, this is such a small amount of money, but it can make such a massive difference. We have the Toronto Drop-In Network, Toronto Neighborhood Centers, and the Neighborhood Group all ready and willing to work with our city government to provide protection to people who are right now riding transit at 24-hour restaurants, in libraries, without care and without support. And this is going to make a massive difference. And I want to talk about why this is so important to my community. I receive these letters from school children that are in elementary school saying to me, you're a counselor. I know you can make a difference. I know you have the power to make a difference. And you know what? We do have that power here. We do have that power to make a different choice and to show the people in Toronto who came out in the thousands, whether at deputations or in messages that I know we've all received here, who say to us, let's find a better balance. Let's correct the balance of leading into enforcement when we can also provide caring and support. I did a budget survey in my ward, and I had a number of meetings with BIAs, with residents associations, and repeatedly people said they wanted to see investment in community safety, they wanted to see more action on homelessness, and they wanted city services protected. I regret to say that I don't have a motion that will deal with the transit cuts, and I think that that's a dimension of community safety and care and support that we're not dealing with here. There are a number of reasons, of course, is the provincial government and the federal government not providing support for our transit systems like happens in other parts of North America for operational side. But I do regret that that's going to be a really difficult choice when we have people waiting at night longer for a bus, when we're more crowded on transit. I take transit every day, several times a day sometimes, and I can see the conflicts that are arising as people are sardined into a bus and the bus is taking longer. But I really urge my colleagues to think about the small amount that we're asking from the police budget. We heard that there's a lot of communicating that's happening on the part of police in addition to corporate communications. And I think that's just an example of how everyone has been asked to make a sacrifice. I think that we can all see that every department and every city agency should make that sacrifice to deal with what I believe is the most crucial human rights, crucial community safety, crucial caring problem of our time, of this present day. And I hope that you can see your way to supporting this motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions for you, Councillor Carroll. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to clarify, relating the two different ads, the one in the consensus motion and your own. This one was, crafted with staff. They think they could just about do the staff. It's possible they may even have to cannibalize other locations to make it happen. It's a real stretch, but there is a site in mind. In your motion, is there an identified site, and are we sure that it can be staffed? Because I understand this is even a stretch.
Yeah, so what we've done is speak directly to the Toronto Drop-In Network, Toronto Neighborhood Group, and Toronto Neighborhood Centers. And all of the leaders of those organizations which offer community-based care are confident that they can work with us if that funding is available to be able to offer respite 24/7 in the city of Toronto. To add to the $800,000 consensus motion is important, but I believe it's 50 spaces for 2 months, and I think that the scope and the scale of the problem exceeds that.
So I understand that those are helping networks and agencies that do help, really specialize in daytime. This is 24/7, so it needs a true operator. These are not organizations that are stepping up to say, we will be the operator and we have the staff and here's a location.
Well,
Is that the case?
as I understand it, some of the members of these networks have in fact in the past been able to provide overnight support, but they're not here to be able to answer that, and unfortunately we weren't able to have this discussion more fully before. I think that finding the partners in the community that are willing to step forward is something that a lot of counselors said that they wanted to see. Because it's not just a place to walk inside and to be inside, it's also because of the relationships that these organizations have within their communities that allow them to provide services that are needed.
Right, but your motion is worded as if it wants SSHA to be the operator, and these agencies would partner and help provide the services, but they're not willing to be the lead agency and be an actual contractual operator.
Well, I can't speak right now about that, Councillor Carroll, but unfortunately, we're having this conversation at the very last moment. And I think there was a lot of pressure building up. Last week, we heard that there was nothing that could be done.
Right.
That money wasn't the issue, that there wasn't enough staff. So what we've done is reach out to community-based partners so that they can step up, and they have said that they will step up and they can make it work. And I think that given the scale of this problem, it's worth exploring that and to making this investment.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank you.
Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you. Through you. Did you have a chance to speak to Mr. Tanner about, because I did have some questions related to that letter.
Yeah. Well, we've asked many questions over time and found that one of the challenges was we repeatedly heard that SSHA doesn't have the staff to operate, that doesn't have the capacity to add any more capacity in the community. I have to say that last week we were told absolutely we couldn't add any more to this budget, that it wouldn't be possible, and now we have a consensus motion that says otherwise. I think that's fantastic, but I still think that there's funds missing here to provide the community care and support. And actually,
I have limited time.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but no, we're getting into thoughts, if you don't mind.
Yeah, can you just make
sure.
questions?
So, sorry, my question, just to iterate it again, was did you have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Tanner about his ideas of whether this last minute plan, because as we know, it came in at 8 o'clock last night, even though we had discussions the week before, was something that he could support and thinks would work?
No, I did not have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Tanner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, but I was happy
Sorry.
to see that the community-based partners are willing to step forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, but hold on, I have another question. Did you have a chance to speak to the the chief of police who's actually here about how that $900,000 would impact their budget and how many staff might be reduced? And as we heard earlier about response times, how it might impact response times?
Councillor Burnside, I had twice an opportunity to ask questions, both when Police Services and Police Services Board appeared at Budget Committee. I also had the opportunity to ask questions at wrap-up. And what I did note is that there were a lot of things that I asked that weren't clear, for example, around response times, that would the increase actually guarantee that response times would go down? What I can say is that following the questions that Councillor Myers raised, there seems to me that there is some room for maybe making a small sacrifice, for example, around the going up so far and above and beyond corporate communications. We're talking about the podcast, there's also TikTok, there's also there's a second podcast. So we all have to tighten our belts. And
Okay,
at
thank you.
this
Sorry,
time, I think
sorry
it's
for
important.
interrupting, Madam Speaker. I
Okay.
have 3 minutes for questions.
Yeah,
and
I know.
I asked a specific question.
Yeah.
No, and the answer
And I just
was-
I want to iterate it again, because I wasn't at the police budget.
Can you just answer the question?
Because it would be great for council's edification to understand the impacts of this. Did you talk to the police today about the impact it may or may not have? I don't know. I'm asking the question. That's why I need
No, I
clarification.
did not. I
Thank
thought
you.
I got my answers
Thank
at
you.
budget.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had more questions.
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Pasternak, 3
Yes.
minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Bravo. Normally, when we try and add programming, we actually dip into one of the reserve accounts, and I realize that's a real no-no these days. But I'll tell you something. If this was taken out of the tax stabilization reserve, which finance is against, I probably would support it. This is one of the only times in the 12 years I've been here where someone has taken from another division to support a worthy cause. With $1 billion available in reserve funds, why would you take it from police services?
Well, as I understood when I heard the answers from the Chief Financial Officer, those reserve funds are needed. Although there was a bit of a disagreement with the questions that Councillor Perks asked. I think, Councillor Pasternak, it's because we are providing a $48 million increase to policing in this city, and that's in, we also have made a massive deployment into TTC. And I think that you've heard from thousands of residents who would like us to see the balance tipped a little bit more into community care from just so much investment in enforcement. And this is something that is not sort of coming out of nowhere. This council must know that there are many people in this city who would like to see that balance corrected somewhat. And I think that a 0.08% reallocation is a prudent and a responsible way to deal with a very important
Councillor
social
Pasternak,
issue.
do you have another question?
Yeah, so I'm just
Yeah,
wondering.
there's only
here-
3 minutes, Councillor Bravo.
I'm running out of time here. So I'm just trying to think of how many spaces this will buy and how many people this will serve. And I'm wondering also if you're aware of the staffing problems in our shelters, that we, even with the money, we cannot get people to fill a 24/7 operation. Have you heard of any of that?
I am aware that there are challenges with staffing in this sector, including in the community-based sector, and it's mostly due to very low wages. But as I said, the leadership in these networks has said that they are able to step forward and be a community-based partner for this.
So I don't recall the answer. You spoke to police services, and did you discuss how many officers they'd have to lay off to do this? Or
Well, I'm not sure, Councillor Pasternak, that it requires layoffs. I mean, I cannot make a suggestion to the Police Services Board about, I mean, I cannot ask that they do X, Y, and Z, but I can make a suggestion that perhaps, as we've heard, maybe reallocate some of that corporate communications and additional contracts around communications could be a place to go to find that 0.08% reduction.
Okay,
Thank you. Last question. Councillor Bradford, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to the councillor. Does your motion propose to defund the police?
Councillor Bradford, did you read my motion?
It's just a question.
Yeah, but I would.
I'm asking you the question.
I will tell you what my motion is, Councillor Bradford. It is that we reallocate $900,000 from the Toronto Police Service budget to provide, in partnership with Community 24/7, low barrier indoor respite
So you want to
spaces.
defund?
Okay,
so
Councillor
the question
Bradford.
is,
Okay.
does your motion
Yes,
defund
Councillor
the
Bradford
police?
is asking the question. Councillor Bravo, just please respond to his question. Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Can you just confirm that for my clarification?
I don't know what you're asking
No,
me.
actually, please hold my time, Madam Speaker.
Okay, point of order,
It's
Councillor Perks.
clarification of the motion.
Can you remind me what the rules say about the purpose of questions?
Well,
Clarification.
the purpose of the question is to ask a question and
To
get an answer.
clarify,
Yeah,
correct?
clarify.
So Councillor Bradford is entitled to ask questions to help him understand
To clarify the
the
motion.
motion.
Very
Okay,
good.
thank you very much.
So could you please clarify for me if your intention here is to defund the police?
My intention is written in my motion, but I'm wondering, I believe that you
All right.
wrote yourself,
All
sorry,
right.
Councillor Bradford.
Let me
I
ask
believe
you
you
this.
yourself voted
Are
to
you
defund
familiar
the
with
police.
the contractual obligations that these agencies would be required to uphold if they were operating city centers? Have these agencies ever been contractual operators for the city?
These agencies, these are networks of agencies that have longstanding relationships in the city of Toronto and have in the past worked with the city of Toronto to provide community-based care, Councillor Bradford.
So in the capacity that your motion articulates, have they operated in that capacity to meet the city's contractual operation requirements?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Can you hold my time? Can you wind the clock back? My point is, have these agencies ever been contractual operators for the city in the capacity that you are proposing in your motion?
I believe so, Councillor Bradford.
Do you know so?
Yes,
Or is it a guess?
I answered the question.
Did you ask city staff, did you ask Mr. Tanner if these agencies have ever been contractual operators for the city in the capacity outlined in your motion?
No, I did not. I heard that from the networks themselves.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, 3 minutes clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you. Really appreciate the value of community-based services. I'm just wondering if other sources were considered for the $900,000 from the budget?
Certainly, I would have loved to have had this conversation last week, and there was a motion calling on an extension for 24/7 indoor spaces. You know, it's warming is one thing, but this is an ongoing problem. The summer is actually even more dangerous in some years. So this is an attempt to squarely make a choice where we're prioritizing the needs of a population that right now is very vulnerable and made vulnerable by the lack of ways to get inside. But this was, to my mind, a place where there's a significant increase. I think about this increase or the mayor's budget, 37% increase. This is what we're increasing right now.
So $900,000, previously we were quoted $400,000 would cover 1 month or until April, mid-April for a warming center. How much time and months does $900,000 cover for 24/7 low barrier respite?
I'm not sure, but going by this calculation, that would be roughly like twice the amount. And this is community-based care, so I'm not the one who's going to be delivering this service, but I believe that from a policy perspective, we can make the choice to make this allocation and work with the community-based partners.
Have you ever considered tapping into the bathroom winterization budget at $520,000 per bathroom?
I'm not sure I believe that's a capital expense, and we wouldn't be able to move it into operational.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I want to make sure that I understood the piece you were talking about in terms of the Toronto Drop-In Network. So member agencies of the Toronto Drop-In Network have run this very service in the past. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
And so, for example, between 2015 and the beginning of the pandemic, 3 of the agencies who are part of the Drop-In Network ran this very service.
That's correct, Councillor.
So instead of asking, you're not asking organizations to do something they've never done before. Organizations like Sistering, St. Felix, and Fred Victor have in fact done exactly what you're proposing to do.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, and since, Councillor Bradford decided that the question period is about rhetoric and the speaker decided that that's okay, if your motion passes, between the increase that the province is offering and the increase that the city is offering, the police budget will increase by $67.3 million even after your motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So Councillor Bravo, so I'm just reading your motion, and to me it reads very similar to the $800,000, not 900, that Councillor Carroll has in her motion. Is that correct? something different here? It's just the direction of where the money is going?
Yes, as I understand it, the $800,000 is to continue one city-run warming center for 2 months. What I'm proposing here is that we ask for community-based partners to be able to expand the capacity of the City of Toronto through their work to be able to provide more spaces for people in this time of need.
So, and I'm sorry, I know you may have been asked this before. Did you have an opportunity to speak to the police chief regarding the impact this potentially could, if this does pass, could potentially take away, I'm guessing somewhere between maybe 12 to 15 officers that they could be hiring, which, you know, we desperately need for priority response times and all the important things to keep our citizens safe. Did you have that dialogue so we could?
Councillor Crisanti, we heard in questions today that there are places where the Toronto Police Service could perhaps rethink some expenses. I am not here to direct the police or the police board, but I could suggest, for example, that having TikTok and a $400,000 podcast and another podcast might be a place where some belt tightening could happen, because we're talking about homelessness here, and I think that matters.
No, absolutely it matters, and so does personal safety for our citizens. And did you have an opportunity to speak to shelter support and housing with respect to what you want to do here with this money, and to see if they can still do something within the extra money they're getting already from the motion that Councillor Carroll put
Well,
forward?
we've had many conversations over the last 3 months. As you know, I'm a new councillor, in different ways to find the capacity to bring people indoors, which I would say is a very important community safety problem, and when people are living out on the street and exposed to dangers. I will say that we heard that there were problems with staffing, and therefore we, in my office, reached out to 3 different networks that have many organizational partners who have in fact played this very role with the City of Toronto in the past and are equipped to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Malik, 3 minutes, just clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you very much. So as was mentioned, Councillor Carroll's excellent motion takes us to April 15th. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your motion does to allow the city to provide 24/7 low barrier indoor respite spaces for people experiencing homelessness with the hot summer months that are coming, for the cold winter months that we are looking at the end of the year?
Yes, we've heard repeatedly that there will be a strategy that comes out of a very thoughtful process that will involve the medical officer of health and the general manager of shelter support and housing here at the City of Toronto. And I think it's prudent to earmark the funds that may be needed to actually expand the capacity to bring people inside 24/7. We can't get caught up in only talking about warming centers, because winter is very dangerous to people who are on the street. But in the summer, in the past, we've had cooling centers and they've been needed. I mean, the medical officer of health would know better than me, but exposure to extreme heat can also be very dangerous. And then in this calendar year, we're going to have winter again. What's going to happen in November and December if we don't take a proactive measure now and find in this budget the capacity to respond?
Thank you very much. We've heard multiple times in this question period that there are real concerns from our colleagues regarding frontline officers. You are on the Budget Committee. You were able to take the opportunity multiple times to speak to police services. And from the questions that you were able to ask, could such a reallocation actually impact frontline officers?
Well, I'm certainly no expert. I haven't worked at the Toronto Police Services and I've not been on the board, but I think that we did hear that there are some expenses that could perhaps be rethought. And I certainly had concerns around having frontline officers. And I was very concerned about, for example, 911 response times, and I don't see with the current allocation, even at $48 million, we did not receive a definitive answer that we would be able to reach the 6-minute wait time that is sort of the benchmark. But I did hear in questions, in answers to my questions, that when we do community-based care and alternative responses to situations like homelessness, that there are savings that are realized in terms of enforcement, which we know when it comes to homelessness costs about $100 million a year according to studies.
Okay.
And then my final question is just, can you just speak a little bit more about how warming centers can be used as a tool to improve community safety?
Well, this is just has to clarify the motion.
Yep, I want to know.
They're crucial, Councillor Malik, I think they're a crucial element in making sure people are safe.
Okay, I don't need any chirping in here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So members, it is 5 to 8. We did agree that we were going to go to 8 o'clock. So what is the wish of council? We stay to complete the agenda? Okay, so a move by Councillor Thompson that we move to complete the agenda. On favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Now, our next question is Councillor Matlow. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, would your motion provide more than the 50 spaces provided by Councillor Carroll's motion? And moreover, would it ensure, Councillor Carroll's motion doesn't ensure that that this winter, this fall and winter is covered, it's just till April. So yours would, is that fair?
Yes, I would leave it to staff to determine how to allocate the $900,000 in community-based part. Yes, but there is a need beyond April 15 to provide indoor spaces for people.
Thank you. I'm just having a little trouble hearing. I apologize. It's just a little distracting. And so thank you. And there were questions before by Councillor Bradford regarding who you haven't spoken with. But have you spoken with the agencies, expert advocates on the ground for the unhoused, and others who are informed that, that have provided you the advice about what unhoused Torontonians' needs are and the risk to those who are stuck outside in the cold without a warm place to go?
Absolutely. From the very first day that I started as a counselor, we have had many conversations with Mr. Tanner and asked questions and tried to put a picture together of what the city's actually provided. We had a very thorough examination of this question at Board of Health. We heard from 79 emergency department physicians, including chiefs of emergency departments. We heard from faith leaders. We heard from all kinds of academics, frontline workers. We convened a meeting here with a bunch of experts to help new councillors understand the scope of the problem. We have done nothing but listen and learn. And this is where we've arrived, that there's a gap from April 15 forward, and that $800,000 is unfortunate. It's fantastic, and I support this. I think it's great work, but there is still a need to do more. And I'm just, what I'm asking is for people to examine this as a different choice.
And I understand, I know there was a lot of discussion around the $48 million increase to the police budget, and you don't want to remove, any possibility of, ensuring that we improve response times or anything like substantive like that. And in fact, the actual defunding.
Okay, your question, Councillor Matlow?
This is my question.
Okay, what is your question?
I'll answer that, Speaker.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Matlow. In fact, when we had the privilege of asking questions of Toronto Police Services at budget, it was apparent that each time that we try something that's a community care response, we actually save money. We need to shorten the queue so that police officers are really available to respond to emergencies.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Thank you. Councillor Crawford, clarification of the motion. 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that you haven't spoken to the police, so you don't know what the impact is. And I just want to let you know that with every $1 million, it's the equivalent of 15 police officers. And that includes the allocation of 16 neighborhood officers that are in the budget. So are you comfortable if the police cut that budget?
Well, I'm going to dispute what you have to say, Councillor Crawford, because in fact, we just heard today that there are other places where there are expenses being made, and I don't, $900,000 is just a little over 2 podcasts.
But again, as you understand, we can't direct them to do that. They could easily turn around and reduce the neighborhood or cut the neighborhood program with this motion.
Yeah, so I don't believe, Councillor Crawford, that the police service of this city is going to retain something like a communications tool and cut officers and hurt the people of Toronto. I don't believe that they'll do that, and I hope that you're not saying that.
Thank you. So when I'm looking at kind of where else you could find these funds, in Councillor Carroll's motion, there's a motion to cut to increase the councillors' staff salaries as an offset. So would you be willing to change your motion to reduce the staff salaries to make sure we don't potentially reduce or lose 16 neighborhood officers?
Well, I suppose that an alternative would be to cut the mayor's staff budget, which increased by 37%. If we want to search around, there's a lot of other places. But this motion specifically says that the largest increase that we're giving to any department in the City of Toronto is to the Toronto Police Service, and that if we're going to move in a direction where we're leaning less on enforcement and more on community care, this is one very small way to do it. We're talking about 0.08%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
I have a number of motions, Madam Speaker. If you could display them, and thank you. So this is the follow-up on what I was discussing with Mr. Grant about funding the Rent Safe TO program to support tenants' needs who are in need of our support when it comes to property standards and other health and safety issues that they're facing. If you could go to the next one. So then the next one. Okay, so that's the Section 45 motion. Please continue. So this motion is regarding residents in our city that are facing rent eviction, fraudulent landlord, own use, rationales or reasons suggested to them, and who need our support to be able to ensure that they have knowledge of their rights and are able to fight for their rights in an informed and powerful way when they go to the Landlord-Tenant Board. And this is happening, by the way, too often in our city, as we know. And then the last one. And this is, and I worked with staff and the clerk on this to ensure that we have all the information that we need when the administrative inquiry goes to IEC to ensure that we can make an informed decision about the direction of the Gardiner Expressway. So I move these motions along with my colleagues who have also moved what I believe to be thoughtful, intelligent, helpful motions to improve. Oh, sorry, thank you. Oh, of course, this is about, our Indigenous and Black communities have historically been underfunded when it comes to supporting resilient communities and the agencies on the ground that support young people and others. And they are not getting the adequate funding that they have in the past, and I want to make sure they are made full and made right. And we work together to find an offset where some of the money that we use for our international trade activities, the hotels, the conferences, et cetera, I think would be, in a finite budget, better spent on ensuring that communities that have had a history of racist funding policies are finally better invested in. And I can tell you, even though, this is, a staff-supported submission, it doesn't even do enough. But it takes us in the right direction, and I believe it's important for this council to support it. As I was saying, these are motions that we believe are helpful, that contribute to a better budget. Each one of our colleagues who have stood up today have not been really welcomed into the budget process. This has been a strong mayor budget. In fact, many of them even asked for mere information during the budget process, and they were denied that opportunity. So that's why a lot of these things are coming to council. This is what happens when councillors are not involved or allowed to be involved meaningfully in a more inclusive budget process. We have to work together and find a way to just have the mayor, to have council listen to ways to improve this budget. Now, this budget itself, even the way that the mayor proposed it, is not entirely bad, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough. It doesn't actually go far enough for Toronto to be a leader, as Councillor Sachs knows well, to be a leader in fighting the climate crisis. It doesn't go far enough to support the unhoused in our city, the people who are struggling to not only have a home of their own, but even just to have a warm place to go when it's freezing outside. It doesn't go far enough to make sure that while we react to crime on the TTC in our neighborhoods, that we're meaningfully addressing.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. So you do have questions? Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be brief. I hope the answers will be similar. Your third motion that reduces the budget for international trade activities. You're aware that in the analyst notes, that budget has already been reduced?
That's fine.
And are you aware that, there's a bit of a myth about this. A lot of that budget is so that staff can do what they need to do to support the efforts of Toronto Global. It's not a slush fund. A trip that might have included elected representatives has in fact been canceled for this very weekend because it doesn't need us. It just needs staff. But it does bring jobs and capital construction to this city.
I support Toronto Global's efforts. I just recognize that within a finite budget where there, admittedly aren't many offsets to be able to fund the things that we believe are priorities. If I were to choose between the two, and like every household has to do, I choose supporting the Indigenous and Black communities' priorities.
But did you do that? I guess I asked that question first, but I'm just trying to be clear. Did you choose this reduction knowing that staff had already, it's right in the analyst notes, offered up as much reduction as they felt that they could in the face of our financial position? They've already reduced it as much as they could and still complete the activities that will bring jobs to the city?
I really appreciate that, and staff might feel a certain way, and their job is to advise us, and then we make decisions. That's how council works. And if I'm looking at both of the options, I believe that supporting our Black and Indigenous communities that have been underfunded and underserved for too many years is a priority in our budget.
And Getting them jobs is a priority. I'll be supporting later.
Thank you. Counselor Chang, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, the $500,000 investment into the Indigenous funding framework and Black mandated funded framework, what kind of changes would result from that kind of investment? What would be the programs, or what actually is being funded within that framework?
It runs the gamut when it comes to sort of youth equity related kind of programs, along with other programs that go everywhere from violence intervention to trauma counseling to all sorts of community programs, employment programs, all sorts of programs that are on the ground serving people. And they're run by agencies that are operated by Indigenous and Black communities.
So is there a plan for this funding, or is it simply to say, here is an added envelope and make new plans?
This is a staff-driven plan. I didn't make this up. I just want to make sure that it's properly funded. So this is led by staff to ensure that the communities are then leading them, themselves and investing into their priorities to make sure that we both have resilient communities, but like what you were speaking about earlier, ensuring that we also more adequately address the root causes of a lot of issues that we're experiencing today in our communities, so that these communities are resilient, they're safe, they're healthy, which makes Toronto better.
And what would be the impact of taking that $500,000 away from the international trade activities? Have you asked the appropriate department what specific areas would be lost?
Well, they wrote about it, right? And they wrote about their activities with everything from, like I said, about the cost of hotels, et cetera, to collision. And I grant that. Listen, I appreciate all of these different initiatives, and I strongly support a strong economic development initiative where we, sell Toronto to the world and we bring back business. I get that. That being said, though, I think taking some funds from this item, and given that there is such a finite budget, and we've all struggled to find offsets for everything that we've cared about, I'm choosing.
Okay, sorry, I'm running out of time. I just have one more question. It's okay.
I'm choosing that this is the priority.
So in the other motion, you talk about moving money from capital, from current to housing secretariat. And I'm new, so I'm just trying to understand. When I brought up bathroom winterization, that was capital. I couldn't move it to 24/7 respite.
Yeah.
How are we able to take that capital to operating, and could we do the same to finance the 24/7 homeless respite?
That would be, so what I did is I sought advice from staff who told me that it was possible. So I would advise you to do the very same. I was looking for an offset that was realistic.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKelvey, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm looking at your motion here, and specifically for D. So the part B, you're saying that you want to go and look at the remove option and then open a conversation with the province of Ontario about reopening it and then sunk costs. So are you saying you want the province of Ontario to give $500 million to us for the costs we've already spent on implementation of the hybrid 3 option?
So I believe that expressways and the cost of whether it be removing them or maintaining them should actually be the purview of the province, and I think that is something that we should be discussing with them. That being said, I do want to explore, and this is why it's not, it's an action, it's going to go to your committee for discussion, and that's what consultants are going to be, or what they're going to be providing you, is what are the real implications of doing that. But as far as putting the province in there, I do believe strongly that the province should be funding work, whether it be, hopefully not building, but certainly whether it be removing or maintaining expressways.
Okay. So Mayor Tory included in a speech at the end of the year that we thought that the province should pay for the Gardiner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway. And before the speech was even over, they were calling and saying no. So I just don't know what I mean, but that's not a question, that's a comment.
Okay, I would hope we'd speak with a better provincial government eventually too.
So your motion then is proposing to throw away $500 million in costs that have already been spent, reopen an EA, spend time, waste time on and don't forget, in the meantime, we have a 6-year-old piece of infrastructure that is crumbling and frankly a liability. So are you saying that we should take on that liability?
So first of all,
danger to the public?
I'm not, no, it's not a danger to explore if this can be an option
But
that's
delay
feasible.
is, and you're suggesting to delay.
No.
Well, the first part, okay, so we're not allowed to move policy here. We agreed on that.
Yeah.
So, but you are asking to remove $600 million in work. So that is,
I'll tell you exactly.
but the
what I'm-
rest is a policy change.
I'll tell you what exactly. So you may remember when Mayor Ford and Tory changed plans on Scarborough, there were tens and tens and tens of millions of sunk dollars into the ORT plan that they wasted because they believed they had a better plan. No, I disagreed with them.
But not construction costs.
Okay.
This is $500 million in construction that has already been done.
Nonetheless, I disagreed with them, but they believed they had a better plan. I still disagree with them. Now, I believe that, and again, this is why we're doing it through committee, okay?
No, but we're not, because you're actually removing $600,000 from work, and that work we've seen in the report and in the table, it's actually already contracted.
But I did this with staff, and they
Okay, thank you, your time's up. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Councillor Bravo, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. There is, one of your motions here proposes to do something, I understand.
Thanks.
$500,000 to expand investment in Indigenous funding framework. Is it accurate that that last year staff put forward a multi-year funding program that promised this and an additional $250,000 for each of these programs? Is that correct?
That's right. Staff supported it, the communities expected it, and they were surprised not to see that in this budget. So what I'm doing is, I believe, just correcting what this budget should have been in the first place.
And is it accurate that in 2020, this council, in June 2020, this council adopted a report, and one of the things that council adopted was that confronting and rectifying and remedying anti-Black racism and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples would be a primary policy directive, the primary policy directive. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, and I just think we need to put our money where our rhetoric is.
Right, and that was 2020, and this is 2023.
It's a while back, yeah?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs, just clarification of the motion,
sorry.
please, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Matlow, in terms of your last motion, like you, I'd love to have more money to Indigenous and Black community organizations. The city is full of unmet needs, but I don't like to make cuts to programs without knowing what the impacts are. And since we didn't see this in advance, there was no opportunity when staff were here to ask any questions about it. My colleague, Councillor Cheng, asked you, did you discuss this with the relevant department, and did you find out what the impact of this cut would be? And I didn't hear an answer. Did you speak to them about this particular proposal, and did you find out what the impact of the cuts would be?
I spoke with the staff that support the investments into the communities. The reason that I didn't...
I'm sorry, please answer my question.
No, I am. I'm explaining the reason that I didn't pursue it with economic development staff is because if we didn't have... when I say finite budget, I mean like the mayor even said, here's a little bit of money you can debate and the rest of it, it's spoken for. So I needed an offset. And if there was all the money in the world and we could spend it on anything and everything, I would be more concerned about the hotels and the conferences. That being said, given that we can only choose one, I believe that we will figure out the hotels and the conferences, because what the communities can't figure out is why they weren't funded the way that they expected to be funded, given years of racist and inadequate funding from the city when it comes to supporting their basic needs to ensure that they have healthy and safe communities. So that's where my interest is.
Councillor Matlow, there's only 3 minutes for questions, so Councillor Sachs, do you have another question?
Well, I'm trying to get the answer to the same question.
Mm-hmm.
This is a yes or no. Did you discuss this cut with the International Trade Division?
I told you, no.
Okay.
That
And so we
that
don't
wasn't
have
as
any,
important
excuse
as
me,
what I was working on.
please just answer my question.
Yeah.
You had time to make your speech. Do you have any details about what the impact of this cut would be from the relevant department? Yes or
What-
no, please, just answer it.
The details of exactly which hotel and which conference, I'll admit to you, that was less important than ensuring that we correct the wrongs of the lack of investment in the community.
Councillor Matlow, just answer yes or no.
Hey, that's my answer.
So the answer is
Yeah.
no, we have no
Yeah.
information what the impact of the cuts would be. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you know,
you.
this isn't like a courtroom. I am answering the question.
No, you're
Actually,
not.
No, you're not.
Perry Mason, you finally confessed.
You can't handle the truth.
Very nice.
Just politicking. Councillor Bradford, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
It's a good question, yeah.
Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much. Are you familiar with the work that Toronto Global does to attract foreign direct investment in our economy?
Yes,
Do you think that's important?
I do.
Are you familiar with the number of jobs that foreign direct investment brings to Toronto on an annual basis?
I don't have an exact number, but I know many.
What did you say? Pardon me?
They do good work.
So do you have a sense of the order of magnitude of jobs that program brings to Toronto and our local economy here?
I said I don't have an exact number, but I know they do.
Do you have
good work.
an approximate number?
Why do you ask?
Well, because if you're planning on cutting that, it would be good to understand the impact of the cuts that you've proposed.
I'm also interested in the jobs that Black and Indigenous youth might be able to attain if we actually fund
So are you,
programs and initiatives to help them.
so you said you're familiar with it, but you are not able to give me an approximation of either of those job numbers.
Go on.
And that's because you did not ask staff.
Well, as I explained.
You did not ask staff
hold
from
on.
economic
As
development.
I explained to Councillor Sachs, because we needed an offset, I'm just being candid with you. Because we needed an offset, my focus was more on the investments that we need to make toward the communities so that they can have what they need to do the work they do. And the exact number of hotel rooms and the impacts on certain conferences was not as material given the finite
But
reality.
you just gave me an indication that you understood the nature of Toronto Global and the program. And yet you're talking about hotels and accommodation. What you're not talking about, what you're not acknowledging is the jobs that they bring to our economy here in Toronto with the retention and the investment that they achieve through direct foreign investment. You're not familiar with that.
What I am familiar with is
Okay,
our lack
you're
of
not answering the
investment
question.
into Black and Indigenous youth who don't have opportunities that they need to succeed.
Probably should do the homework
And-
first.
Okay, thank you.
Are you aware that we have not been funding
Councillor
these communities?
Matlow,
adequately?
it's not your task questions.
I know.
Okay, so you know the rules and, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Madam
Question,
Speaker.
clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you. Through you
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
Councilor Matlow. Councilor Matlow, just reading through your motion, and it talks about the funding of Indigenous funding for framework of the amounts, and we know what those amounts are, and also Black mandated funded framework. What does that actually mean? Are there jobs that are being created through this process?
Whenever there are supports for youth, and you know them well, you and I have worked on initiatives together, inclling youth spaces.
I appreciate that, but I'm just asking with
Yeah,
respect
well,
to the
I'm
jobs.
giving you like a specific example.
Okay.
There are, when you provide opportunities, including, educational opportunities, everything from homework help, to employment training. I mean, you know some of these initiatives.
Right.
They can change people's lives. And what happens is that then you can provide jobs and opportunities to also help youth go along a path that's safer and healthier for them along with the community. And that's what these kind of agencies work.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Would you not agree, though, that the investment that we're making through social development finance actually attempts to address some of the fundamental issues that you and I have worked on over the years?
Yeah.
And further, would you not agree that I know, for example, I think last year some 20,000 jobs were brought in by Invest Toronto, the global,
Toronto Global.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering, since we're providing training and so on, additionally, we need to bring more investments to the city. Why would we not want to continue that? And maybe if you wanted to move this, take the money from somewhere else.
I hear you, and it's a reasonable point you're making. And as I tried to explain to one of our colleagues, I recognize that, yes, notwithstanding, I don't have like the exact job numbers, right in front of me. What I do know is that they do good work, and I value their work, and I support their work. But within a finite budget where we have been provided so few opportunities, not only to be included in the process, but also to identify offsets that are realistic so that we can justify the investment that we want to make. And what I know, based on what staff have explained to me, are important investments that have actually been a surprise, in a way, cut to what they expected to receive in this budget.
So
I'm making a choice, as I hope we will. This is what we do at budget, right? We make choices, and they're difficult choices. And I just believe if I have to pick between the two, I want to invest in our youth. I want to invest in these communities that have been underfunded. Like just the idea, like just for example, the idea of sending staff, for example, on an expensive, multi-$1,000 airplane ride to an expensive conference to have the wine and cheese, do all this.
Thank you, Speaker.
It's great,
It's,
but we haven't.
Okay, enough. Like, really, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Pasternak to speak? Yes, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, on a point of privilege. I would remind you that in the procedures bylaw, the duties of the speaker are outlined to ensure it is your job to ensure that all members here are treated with respect and courtesy. That is your job to do. Thank you.
Okay, let's move along. Councillor Pasternak. Okay, just one sec. Just a sec. Okay, go ahead.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank the mayor for his budget, certainly councilors, Budget Chief Crawford, the Budget Committee, and of course our city financial staff, Heather Taylor and her team, for bringing this budget forward. I was on the Budget Committee for 4 years, and I know it is an extremely difficult task. But when you look at this city, we have more transit in the ground, fully funded and pending, than at any time in Toronto's history. We're housing more homeless people and saving more lives than any time in Toronto's history. We have more recreation centers, more pools, more ice rinks, more trails, and our tree canopy is growing at the best rate ever. We're providing more people in social housing than ever before. And Toronto is becoming the arts capital of Canada and perhaps North America. And of course, the tech capital of North America. It's the fastest growing city in North America. We attract people from all over the world who want to live here. They want to settle here, start a business, raise a family. They want to be part of the community that we call Toronto. As far as safety is concerned, Toronto ranks 6th of 60 cities based on a study by the Economist Intelligence Unit. When it comes to livability, in the Global Livability Index, Toronto ranks 8th. And when it comes to best cities in the world, across hundreds of cities, Toronto ranks 17th. But of course, we have our challenges, and we have major obstacles in front of us. We have major things to solve. We have an enormous housing shortage. We have affordability crisis. We have homelessness. We have a mental wellness challenge. People are fearful of personal safety. We have a fiscal stability problem. Social cohesion, which we always treasured, is at risk. Food scarcity is growing to be one of our top issues. And of course, hate in our local communities and the incidence of hate crimes is going up. And perhaps most crushing of all, and I've just touched on it, is the feeling Torontonians don't normally feel, and that is fear. Fear of personal safety, fear of housing insecurity, and fear of food security. And I can see from the people who call our office, from the people who visit us in our community office at Wilson Keel, that we are seeing more and more people who are fearful of losing their place of residence, whether they're renting, whether they're owning, people who are having trouble making ends meet and meeting the challenges of today. This budget will not solve all of our problems, but it sure comes close. And we cannot deny that we still have a great city with a lot going for us and a lot to live for. This budget is in the right direction. It's doing the best we can with what we have. And I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the mayor and the people of Toronto for their faith in making sure that this city stays strong and fiscally responsible, but funding the crucial programs that make it the city that people want to come to from all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Fletcher. We have Councillor Fletcher.
I think she was on.
Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher, go ahead when you're ready, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I apologize. I'm also on a development meeting of 350 people around the Ontario line and a development, doing both here tonight, so I appreciate your patience with me, councillor colleagues. And I just want to, I do have a motion, and it's to connect up the one that I made earlier about the getting the charging stations. So you're going to see that that's the marrying up the two things, that once we've done that, to collect that money, that we're now putting that into the budget in order to be able to build those charging stations. So thank you for that. I will have to, Councillor Pasternak, I did hear you say that the tree canopy is growing in a way that it's never been growing. I don't think you live along the Ontario line, because up there, thousands and thousands of trees have been cut down. I know the big 5 at Osgood Hall everybody knows about, but all along the Don Valley, we just had an application for 2,149 trees to be cut down on both sides of Councillor Robinson's and my side of the Don Valley. And there's been over a couple of thousand cut down on the above ground line, and there's 1,000 and some teed up for the Don Valley for the layover. So I think our tree canopy is actually in a lot of trouble because of how we're going about how the provincial government's going about the Ontario line. In this budget, I know that there's a tendency when we're not in the middle of it to somehow think that the pandemic is in the rear view mirror. I don't believe it's in the rear view mirror. It might be in the rear view mirror health-wise, but it's not in the rear view mirror in so many ways, including financially for the city, including just the impact, the psychological impact, the housing impact of the pandemic. It has been very deep going. Even now, not everybody's coming back to work downtown. Even now, people are not on the TTC. What's the long-term look and long-term forecast? So definitely not the rear view mirror. It's still in our vehicle, whichever vehicle we're in, transit or not. So I just think we have to remind ourselves of that, and the incredible work that our staff has done in figuring out how we're going to move forward in an operating budget and deal with the fact that we did an exemplary job during the pandemic in keeping people safe, in having a magnificent uptake in vaccinations, in looking after all of the homeless, in stopping the spread of a pandemic in our city. So I just want to congratulate everybody on that, including you, Mayor Tory, and our Councillor Cressy, who was with you in every moment in ensuring us that we got through the pandemic. So there's been a lot of heavy lifting here, including with the Budget Committee and their deliberations, but there are very, very many pressures, and we still care about a lot of things. Even though we realize that we have these pressures, we still care about things. Like, we care so much about the environment. We care so much about safety, and not just the side of safety that says we're going to put officers in the TTC, but we need to have a place for people to go in the day so they're not sleeping on the subway or going and riding a bus all day long because they have nowhere else to go. Those are kind of what I would call the real pressures of marrying up that safety enforcement side with looking after the people that really have nowhere to go. And I'm very happy to see that $500,000 looking after mental health on the TTC, because there have been so many people having mental health episodes in our city, and we've seen that. We're still in the pandemic from a psychological place. We've had people get pushed over. We have strange things going on that never happened before. I'm chalking that up to the pandemic echo. We're still psychologically quite wounded from that time. So I think we are a caring city. I'm going to support infinitesimal amount being taken out, maybe one podcast or one TikTok or something. I remember being in the school board and saying, we need this little bit of money. For me, it was so much money. And for the school board folks, they said, well, you know what? We can handle that. We can find that. Just as we found more money in our budget to come up and handle these really important issues that we brought up today, I think we can do that as well. But Councillor Matlow, I cannot support your gardener. Waterfront Toronto did the EA. They have not told me that they want to open that or that there's any alternatives. So I'm going to wait till I&E where we can have that fulsome conversation about the gardener and not make decisions on the fly like we may have done around the hybrid.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Speaker. We've come to a point where I think everyone's energy is waning, but we're in the last stretch, and I'm really just so thankful to see this process for the first time, to see the wrestling, to see the creativity that came together, that we came to this beautiful motion that Shelley Carroll, Councillor Carroll is putting forward. That is really, I think, the essence of democracy represented right here. But it pains me to see clearly there's many things that we cannot cover, and even the wrestle that we have right now, $900,000 for 24/7 homeless, respite, very important, $900,000 for policing. Many would argue that that budget is also something that's important for the safety of the community. So we are wrestling over, and then our Councillor Matlow is asking for $200,000 for the Housing Secretariat, $500,000 for the Black and Indigenous community framework. We're really wrestling over $16,000, which would be 0.5%, less than 0.5% increase in property taxes. So all this to say, we're wrestling over like the final few lines, but we've done a tremendous job of $16 billion. But that being said, I appreciate Councillor Pasternak's, rosy summary of the things that are working, and it is good to remember we do live in an amazing city. And it's something to be proud of with a really great quality of life. But despite that, I am concerned about the future, the $1.4 billion that's unaccounted for the COVID lag, the community benefits gap, development charges gap, state of good repair backlog, I said earlier, you know, we would need to increase property taxes by 69% to just cover those gaps. And to me, the future of our children is not all right. I'm worried about the state of good repair backlog. What does that look like in terms of the future? Do the roads look like they're completely unsafe to drive on? What do our community centers look like, our parks, without that ongoing maintenance? And what we don't have, because we're stretched so thin, is the visionary investment that needs to be made to create more affordable and deeply affordable housing, which clearly reduces the cost of homelessness, gang and violence prevention, helping children and families living in poverty, and all the climate action investments that Councillor Sachs is always reminding us, that is the future of our children. And we can't make visionary investments when we're just strapped and wrestling over $16,000. There's just no bandwidth to make visionary investments. So I said it before and I say it again, we are getting a raw deal. And if we look at our budget is actually, there's only 5 provinces that have budgets that are larger than ours. So we are the equivalent of a province, but we don't have the autonomy, we don't have the financial tools to be sustainable unto ourselves. And some of these things that we invest in, like Cafe TO or the international trade missions or the FIFA World Cup, those generate revenue in our city, but that revenue doesn't directly come back to us. There's something wrong with how our city is funded. So this has been quite an eye-opening lesson for me as a first-time councillor, and it's certainly something that I think we need to put on loudspeakers throughout all of our conversations in the coming year as we try to build a world-class city that is funded sustainably. We must have a better model of how our city is funded. That is the only way that we will have a better future for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. First, I do have a motion, which is the second part of my previous motion, to increase the previously approved Section 37 funding release for improvements to the streetscape of University Avenue at Wellington. As was mentioned, this is as requested by city staff. We've heard over and over again, and I share this view, that budgets convey priorities. And since the start of this process, me and many of my council colleagues have been pushing forward the budget priorities of Torontonians that tackle our most urgent challenges. We've heard from thousands of residents looking for this budget to truly prioritize the residents of this city and their needs in proactive, effective, and compassionate ways that we know are within reach, even with our immense budgetary considerations. Even in this very constrained and unprecedented budget process, there were 2 precious days of public deputations, and there were some really powerful presentations that I know were memorable to a lot of us. And there was one that stood out to me in particular. You may have seen it. It was from a Spadina Fort York grade 8 student named Arushi. She's a gifted scientist, an advocate in her community, and math is her favorite subject. In her deputation, she put a clear focus on the budget's purpose and priorities that are sensible and wise. I see budgeting as a tool to improve the lives of people in Toronto, Arushi told the Budget Committee, but budgeting is a double-edged tool. Sometimes cuts in the budget can increase costs, and an increase to the budget can sometimes cut costs. And that rings incredibly true in terms of the debate that we've been having here today and over the last several weeks. We're looking at less TTC service, more expensive recreation programs, no new childcare spaces, and emergency housing that is beyond capacity. That costs us more in the immediate term and the long term. We need better investments in parks, transit, housing, climate leadership, and real community safety for how much more is being asked of us. These choices save us in the now and in the future. We just had a debate around safety in our city, and safety has been such an important concern in this budget process. More crisis response workers, 24/7 drop-ins, and reliable city services are proven investments in our safety, not just an increase of policing. We know that a more equal city is a safer city. And as a city, we must treat investments in affordable housing, protection for renters, strong public services, transit improvements as investments in our safety and collective well-being. In her deputation, Arushi implored us to use budgeting tools to maximize public good. And I invite us to heed her words, and I'll quote, and this is Arushi saying this, so take it as you will, that math is not the difficult part. Any middle school kid can do it. But in democracies, people give elected officials the power to use budgeting tools to improve our lives. Please use it wisely, she asked us. I've seen some important improvements that have been proposed today, thanks to the collaboration and the creativity and the coordination and the courage of my council colleagues for coming together, and particularly Councillor Carroll's motion. I will be supporting what we've actually been able to produce that was a call from so many residents, and I want to thank them. Every resident who spoke up, who reached out, who pushed, who showed up to ask us to do more and to do better. I will be supporting action on community safety that will address safety at the root of the problem, not just after it has occurred. I will be supporting help for climate resilience for residents, to put that within reach. I will help protect tenants most in need. And I will help us have the ability to ensure our unhoused neighbors have a warm place to go on a cold night. These motions are inviting us to improve this budget, to make better choices, and to make Toronto a better place for all of us, a place that we can truly thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everyone who's participated in a meaningful way today. I just want to just touch on a couple of things. I think last week I reminded everybody about Toronto community housing. There's a lot of emphasis. We've been ordered by the provincial government to build as high as you want, as dense as you want, everywhere. Build, and they haven't given us any money. In fact, they took away $250 million and saved the developers that in development fees, so we can't pay for sewers, roads, anyways. You have to say build, build, build. And so everybody's into this frenzy about building, expanding. Let's build $50 billion worth of new fancy subways everywhere. The Ontario line, this glorious line, we tried to do a little relief line. No, that's not good enough. Let's do the Ontario line. Connect, Exhibition, Ontario Place, all across the city. We can do it. It's not your money, we were told. Don't worry, it's not your money. Well, it is our money. 80% of the taxes we pay in Toronto leave Toronto. Half go to the province. And then housing again. All this housing, all these programs, yet there's 105,000 people in TCHC right now that are sleeping. 105,000, mostly children, who are in very difficult circumstances. Many of their parents don't work. The housing stock isn't that good. It's aged, it's 50, 60, 70 years old. There's challenges, I mentioned with the chief. In some of them, there's been severe challenges with crime because of the unemployment, because of the lack of opportunity. And we said, well, we're going to build all these other houses. Well, what about the people that are in our homes right now that need our help, that need clean bathrooms, that need running water? Let's not forget what we have. And that's why in Councillor Holliday's motion, I talked about expansion is great, but let's take care of what we have. We are in such a hurry to be this glorious city, and that's a laudable goal. We're not taking care of everyday people and everyday things. And as I've mentioned to this council over the last couple of years, you should be able to walk on our main streets without being worried about being maybe attacked by someone or stepping over garbage or seeing stores closed. Like I had in Eglinton, I had 130 stores closed because of this wonderful expansion program called the Eglinton Forever LRT. We were told, oh, don't worry, 12 years of waiting. Oh, we're going to expand. So we, as a city, we follow along with the province. Yes, yes, we will build that. We will build this. What about what we have? What about our streetcar system? Nobody talks about people on the Dufferin bus. You want to see real people? Take the Dufferin bus. See who goes there. See what they're talking about as they go to work every morning from 6 in the morning, jammed on that Dufferin bus. Who talks to them? Do they ever get interviewed? Do they ever come to committee meetings and speak? They don't, because they're too busy working and trying to find a place to rent in Toronto. And so these are the things we talked about in our reference to fix the broken windows, fix the sidewalks, fix the washrooms. And there's, oh yeah, what are you talking about that kind of stuff? Well, that's not, I've got these big ideas about doing this. Take care of basic things. We've gone beyond that. And it's not our fault so much, but we've been caught up in this expansion hysteria and leaving behind our basic infrastructure, which needs all kinds of investment to keep going. But it's not very fancy to talk about garbage pickup. Look at the men and women who pick up our garbage every day. Everybody ever say thank you to them? You know, like last week, you know, we were talking about homeless. Did anybody say thank you to the frontline workers that risked their lives for 2.5 years?
5 seconds, Councillor Cole.
Anyways, let's take care of basics, and this budget at least tries to do that. Is it perfect? Far from it. But you show me a perfect budget.
Thank you.
Bring it forward.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. I want to reflect on the difference between can't and won't. Throughout this budget process, from the very beginning of this budget process, anyone who tries to imagine a different city of Toronto than the one that we live in is being told we can't do that. That's not true. We make choices here. The people of Toronto who want a different city are actually being told that we won't do it. Think about the things we hear. Think about the process. Think about how this conversation goes. In a private conversation between the mayor and the premier, it was decided that the mayor gets to have the budget, his budget. And he gets to spend $16 billion. And then he comes here and tells us we're allowed, all of the rest of Toronto, everyone who came in and made a deputation, everyone who wrote us a letter, everyone who's gone to a protest, everyone who's gone to a community meeting, everyone else who was elected to this gets to spend $7 million. And if we go any further than that, it can't be done. It can't be done. When Councillor Matlow moves a motion that we honor an outstanding commitment we made to the Black and Indigenous communities in the city of Toronto to provide funding for youth programs, we can't do it because if we do it, we will lose thousands of jobs because we're not actively seeking international trade. Nonsense. We can keep that commitment. Some of us won't. When Councillor Bravo stands up and says you know what? We really need to prioritize finding safe and warm spaces from agencies who used to deliver that very service. We're told we can't because that would be, and here's how you get disciplined, that would be defunding the police. Since when is increasing the police budget by $67.3 million after Councillor Bravo's motion passes defunding? It's increasing the funding.
Please,
But
no
we can't.
applause, please.
We can't. No. Anytime someone tells you that the wealthiest city in Canada, one of the wealthiest cities in the world, in fact, one of the wealthiest places in human history, can't provide somewhere to live for everybody who lives here, can't provide programs to help Black and Indigenous youth make their best lives, can't make the city that you have asked us to make, Toronto City Council, erase what's being told to you. What is actually happening is that some in this chamber won't.
Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. May I ask the clerks to present my three motions? It doesn't matter what order they're in. Speaker, I listened to the budget debates, and we are drawing to the close of a lengthy process. We fixed those rates earlier. We talked about that. And here we are scrapping over a few morsels. And it's very upsetting. It's very upsetting to me because I've gone through the budget and I've gone through the documents, and there are two pieces that stand out. They're the two reductions in service that nobody wants to talk about. Lots of good news in here, lots of enhancements and nice things for the city, and at some of these motions, nice things that are going to help certain people. But there's two pieces, and I have two motions that address them, and I have a third. The first is tree maintenance. Buried in the budget documents is a $500,000 reduction in tree maintenance. It says right there, we're not going to meet our 7-year target of looking after the trees in the city. That's very upsetting to me because Etobicoke Centre is a part of the city that is heavily treed. And after every storm, I get the calls of people frustrated with power that's out and branches all over the place. Think back to the May-Derico last year and how long it took us to recover from that. So all I propose here is to restore the service funding to what it was before this budget. How to do that? Unfortunately, I have to look to the principle that I talked about before, was look at the things that we're building new and pause and think about whether or not we should look after what we've got already. The second thing is mechanical leaf collection. Many times being debated in council, but I'll put to you, it's a service that's been enjoyed by families and seniors and citizens all over many wards in this city. $1.6 million. Yes, it's a lot of money, but yes, it's an important service that makes life more livable. We do not have an equal city. Things are not equivalent all over the city. And this is one service that helps the people of Etobicoke Centre, Councillor Nunziata's area, Councillor Morley's area, Councillor Crawford's area, and different places that are heavily treed to try to look after the street in front of their homes and to try to keep the sewer system clear of leaves. And all I'm asking is just to keep the service that we've already got, not to make it bigger, but just to keep it. And so I'm convinced within transportation's budget that is $33 million underspent last year, that there's room for $1.6 million. And the third, just so you don't think that I'm entirely selfish here, standing up and representing people of Ward 2, is there any way that I can find money on the table? And yes, the motion, and I'm sure some of you are reading it, is this proposal regarding Dundas Street, which is vastly unpopular across the city. I've heard it over and over again and has been a flashpoint for what people think of this council about what priorities we spend money on. And I'm not picking a pet project, and I'm not picking some special place for the money to go. All I'm suggesting is taking the budget for that, something that we have all heard from people over and over again that they are clearly unhappy about. Just put it into the state of good repair and try to improve things across the city. Speaker, I'm doing my best here to try to preserve just the baseline of where we were before we started. And Speaker, it really does have an impact to thousands of people in the community that have elected me to represent them here. And I'm doing my job before this committee, this council, in trying to represent the things that affect their everyday life. I think it's Councillor Cole. He mentioned talking about everyday people, about everyday things, and it will be a delayed response, but people will notice this. They will notice when they try to get a call in to get their tree pruned, and it will be not 18 months, not 24 months, but even longer. And they'll notice that when the sides of the roads are not cleared of piles of leaves this year, and they've been left to dwindle, because that service is gone. So Speaker, I hope you understand why I'm here, asking Council to support to put it back to the place it was before this budget started. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor McKelvey, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. For the transportation budget that you're proposing, so firstly, you are saying they're underspent last year, but you are aware that a lot of work was shut down with lockdowns at different points last year. There's also supply chain issues, labor issues, a lot of things that contributed to that.
I think you would find that the transportation services budget is underspent as a pattern, but I do have those numbers in front of me because they're in the budget papers.
So every year they recast based on what they spent and ability to spend, and they do take that lesson learned from the previous year and they apply it forward. Earlier I spoke about how proud I was of them when we started in 2019 and our ability to spend was coming in really high. So that
From your mouth to God's ears,
do you
that they spend
agree
it all.
last year was an anomaly?
From your mouth to God's ears that they spend it all, but I'm not convinced that they will.
So do you not think there's a risk that, we're deferring pothole repairs, Vision Zero implementation, cycling network?
I suppose, but I think it's entirely remote. And I think on balance, if you look at the value that the service provides in not letting catch basins get clogged and gutters get clogged, there's probably an equilibrium there. We're talking about $1.6 million. To put it in perspective, if you look at Councillor Carroll's motion, subpart G, the magnanimous council have meted out $800,000 to pad our office budgets. That's half of what I'm asking for here. Half! Padding our own office budgets. I mean, that's the stuff that makes great newsletters.
So we also looked into the ditches question, and I sent you responses from city staff that ditches and catch basins and that work still proceeds. This is just about when they push it out to the sidewalk and that other piece of equipment that comes through?
There are thousands of other houses that are affected.
Okay, but you mentioned catch basins specifically, so that's not...
There are catch basins affected.
But that program still will continue, isn't it? I mean, that's the point, is to make sure the sewers don't get clogged on that. That's different than the leaf collection where you just scrape it out to the side of the road and a machine comes through and clears it up.
If you've ever been to those streets, you'll see what happens in the fall. Those leaves are blown all over the place, all over the road, into the gutters, into the sewers, into the sumps of the catch basins. It's not a luxury, I can assure you, through you, Speaker, to the Deputy Mayor, I can assure you it's not a luxury. There is utility. That's why it's gone on for decades and decades and decades. It makes sense to people.
Okay.
Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, and sorry I may have missed this.
Sorry,
the
my mic's
mechanical
not
leaf
turning
collection,
off.
is that where is it restoring? What areas are being restored?
Well, I'm going to go by memory, but I believe it's Ward 3, Ward 2, Councillor Crawford's ward, Councillor Nunziato's ward, and there may be a few other spots.
So not citywide?
No, it's in certain areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole,
Yeah,
question, 3
listen,
minutes.
Short question, then Councillor Matlow follow up. Where did you get this money in this budget for Dundas Street renaming? Where is it?
Straight out of the report.
Where is it? What page or where? What's
It's
it, how much?
the numbers is $5.5 million. It's referenced in there, and then there's two
And we're voting on
sub-notes.
today?
There are two sub-notes I can point you to. It's PR2 on the,
Well, we need
on
this
the Parks and
clarified because,
Recreation. And if you go into the sub-notes on Toronto Parking Authority, you can pick
I
out the
think we
line
need
there.
clarification
I
of
think
this
it's $340,000
I
if I
can't
go by
see the
memory, but I
5.5
don't have it in
million
front of me.
for something that is really mysterious to me.
EX
Maybe Councillor Matlow has some
25.1.
information.
EX 25.1. You can look it up. I got it on my screen. I can show you.
Okay, just 1 sec. A point of order, Mayor Tory.
We clarify this because
Yeah.
otherwise, that money is not even in the budget.
No, exactly,
You
and
can't
that's
take
what
something
I,
out that's not in.
that's why I was trying to get the clerk's attention on this. So,
I can point to some of it.
yes. So, Councillor Holliday, this motion 7B, there is no money.
I
There's no money
disagree.
in the budget.
If you would like, Speaker, I can point to the budget notes.
Show us the money.
There is no money.
I respectfully disagree, and if you would like me to bring my computer over to you and point to the line
Well-
items on the budget notes, not all of it is there, I'll give you that, but to the pieces that I could find, if you look up the number PR2 in the Parks and Recreation budget, you will see it allocated. If you
Well,
look
it's-
at the Dundas Street project in the sub-notes of Toronto
Okay,
Parking
just a
Authority,
sec,
it's
hold
allocated.
on, Councillor Holliday.
I'll show you in the notes. They're in the notes.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, according to staff, I'm just saying, the amount of money that's actually there is only 131,000.
If you'd like me to show you the line items, I'd be happy to do
Well,
that.
I'm going by the staff that's indicating there's only $131,000.
Well, then, if you'd like to amend the motion to that, Madam Speaker,
Well-
if that would be fine? No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You said $5.5 million.
I'm
Okay,
going from the report.
okay, Councillor Cole, do you still have to have questions for Councillor Holliday before I try, I'm going to rule this motion out of order? Okay,
Well, out of
Okay,
order.
Council-
Out of order
You just
on-
got to withdraw the misleading statement
Yeah.
there. 5.5, it's not there.
okay, you don't have any more questions? Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Matlow, do you have questions? Not anymore. Councillor Matlow?
Not anymore.
No? Okay, thank you. Councillor Chang, do you have questions other than,
Is this out of order now, or is it?
well, I'm going to, do you have any questions on any of his other motions? Because he moved a number of motions.
It was more about this motion.
Oh, okay.
So, Speaker, on a point of order, if I can show you the line items on the budget notes, will you allow me to amend the motion to reflect those numbers?
Councillor Holliday, I would suggest that you go to the CFO, city manager, and you show them, and they will clarify exactly the amount of money that's in the budget.
Happy to.
Okay?
Happy
And
to.
then at that point, then I'll make the decision to
Okay,
rule the motion out of
that's a
order.
deal.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Speaker.
you. Councillor Bradford to speak?
Great, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by offering sincere thanks to the mayor for all the hard work on this budget. Budget Chief, Councillor Crawford, Councillors Carroll, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, and everybody that worked together to get this done and help us get through this meeting. There's a lot in this document, a lot of really important priorities for Torontonians, but I wanted to share some thoughts on the reality and some of the challenges that folks are facing right now when it comes to safety here in the city. I've been spending a lot of time on the phone, a lot of time listening to folks, and I hear over and over again, whether it's out on the TTC or out in the community, Torontonians are not feeling as safe as they used to. And of course they wouldn't, because we have double-digit increases in assaults and in thefts and triple-digit increases in carjackings. I think universally we all want a safe city. Everybody wants that. Nobody wants to be afraid of taking transit or walking to their car at night, but that's just not where we are right now. And if you ask people how they feel, they will tell you that. I was talking to a constituent this weekend, and he told me about his two kids. He's got a 12-year-old son and a 14-year-old daughter, and they take the subway to school each way, and they've been doing that for a couple years. But now every day he has them text him when he gets there. They never used to do that, but he has anxiety about it. He's concerned about it. And you know, he said to me, Brad, like, what's going on? What are we doing? Neighbors up in Parkview Hills have fallen victim to a string of carjackings. One night, 4 Jeeps, all stolen right out of the driveways, destined for cargo ships and overseas trade by organized crime. And the reality is, if you look at the metrics, crime is on the rise in this city, whether it's violent crime or property theft or carjackings. And to make matters worse, our response times do not actually meet the standard. Doesn't meet the standard. We spent a lot of time today and through the budget process talking about the importance of preserving and protecting our essential services to provide all Torontonians with the basic services that local government is responsible for delivering. What is at the top of that list? It's the provision and supply of emergency services. The expectation, the promise that if you are in trouble and you call 911, someone is going to pick up the phone and connect you with the services and make sure that you get the help that you need. I had a friend of mine last fall, September. His dad fell down. His name was Raymond, broke his hip. He was on hold for 6 minutes. 6 minutes on hold in an emergency, and he ended up dying. Couldn't get through. Couldn't get through when he called 911. And that's a result of us not allocating the resources to the frontline services that we need. Hasn't always been that way. Over the past decade, we've actually seen a reduction in frontline emergency response, frontline officers. If you go back to the David Miller administration, some colleagues have been here long enough that they were actually part of that. We had 5,600 frontline officers when he left office. Today, with our funding investment, we will still only be at 4,900 officers. Some 600 fewer officers today than we had then. Now, admittedly, that's due to a number of factors, such as modernization, some of our new community-based programs, but the numbers are still the numbers. Frontline officers and first responders are down, and crime is up. That is just true. There's numerous structural factors behind the increase in violence in our city, and this budget makes very important investments to address those. Investments in our communities, addressing the root causes of violence. There's no question about it. Preventative and proactive investments to address mental health, poverty, the root causes of crime. We're doing that in this budget. We've added enhancements. We're doing more of that than when we started. But the reality is, if we want to meet our current safety needs today, we need to put the dollars in place to ensure we have those services. So alongside those investments and all the social supports, we also need to assure people that their immediate safety will be protected and addressed now. And I would just like to say it is not an either-or decision. Rather, it is a yes and. And that's why we're doing both. Here as a council, investing in our frontline officers, investing in mental health, investing in programs that reduce poverty, reduce the root causes of violence, and help bring our city together. So again, tip of the cap for everyone on their hands bringing this document forward, all of us working together here in this chamber, getting it done. And special thanks to our budget chief for taking us over the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Next is Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I just want to speak briefly. I do support the budget that we have before us. And Councillor Carroll's motion that she introduced. I will not be supporting the motion by Councillor Bravo to cut the police budget. We had a number of deputations at the Budget Committee. Yes, but the people that really are affected by crime in their community did not make deputations. They didn't come to the budget meeting. Just people that don't support the police came to the Budget Committee, unfortunately, and made deputations. And so this police budget, if we cut anything from this police budget, we're jeopardizing the safety of our community. This budget covers neighborhood officers in BIAs, downtown BIAs, and as well, it was the city, it was council that asked the Auditor General to go into and audit the police services. And she came back with recommendations. And these recommendations are built into this budget. 911 calls, 20 minutes for a 911 call. And Councillor Bradford, you mentioned that. I mean, that's very serious. And as well, we have to hire additional officers for the number of officers that have retired in the past year or two. And as well is that the Epstein report that came forward as well. We're covering part of this budget covers that. And in her report, there are a number of recommendations. If I can please ask for quiet. Number of recommendations that came forward in that report asking for us to put in more resources into our budget. It was all these recommendations came forward. I, for one, in my community, I hear from my residents over and over again, we want more police officers in the community. We want more neighborhood officers. They don't feel safe. The number of homicides that I've had in my ward in particular, drive-by shootings where I had a 12-year-old that was shot playing in a playground. And what I get is calls and calls. We want a police officer. People are going, there's car thefts, there's pharmacy thefts in my ward. We want officers, there's speeding, there's here, and they continue to ask for more police officers. And for us to cut the police budget, even a dime will affect the safety of our community. And I will not be supporting that. And I know I speak on behalf of my constituents that we want more police officers on the street. We want more neighborhood officers, and we need to keep our community safe. And that's what they want from us, and that's what they expect from us. So I will not be supporting any motion that cuts the police budget. It's very irresponsible.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking Mayor Tory and the Budget Chief, and importantly, their staff that have all worked so very hard to put this budget together. And I think Mayor Tory said it best at the start when he said that it did involve difficult yet very considerate choices in its preparation. This budget protects the frontline services that Toronto residents rely upon while making important investments in housing, transit, parks, emergency safety. And I also like to thank the CFO, Heather Taylor, and Stephen Conforti for their hard work on the budget. And I wish I had asked Stephen Conforti in advance how many times he gave that public presentation out in the community, including 2 in my ward of Scarborough Rouge Park. Across the budget, we are seeing that we are starting to move in the right direction in many things, and we do know, of course, that we do need to do more, and we need to find ways to do more faster, but that can only be done with help from other levels in government. This budget invests $2 billion in climate action towards our ambitious goal of being net zero by 2040. We're decreasing greenhouse gas emissions in the building, transportation, and the waste sectors. We're also investing in climate resilience through the Wet Weather Flow Master Plan. We're investing in our ravines. We'll be building trails, wayfinding, and we'll be doing ecosystem restoration. And the 2023 city budget includes $2.9 million in operating for invasive species removal, litter cleanup, student internships, and community engagement. We're also investing in Vision Zero, and this budget includes $23 million in capital, $49 million in operating funding, and that's more than we've ever spent in a single year on Vision Zero. That includes installation of 80 school safety zones, 30 community safety zones, and speed limit reductions on 1,500 kilometers of roads. And the cycling network program includes $30 million. In 2023, we'll be building 25 kilometers of bikeways, and that's contributing to our very ambitious goal, but I think realistic if we work together, our goal of building 100 kilometers of bikeways between 2022 and 2024. So again, I'd like to thank Mayor Tory, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Morley, and all of those that were involved in crafting the additional investments that we're making today through Councillor Carroll's motion. In my community of Scarborough Rouge Park, that includes funding for youth hubs in Danzig and Empringham. And during the budget process, the youth, the parents, the families in those communities came out and spoke to us about how important those youth hubs would be in their communities. So I'm hopeful that you'll support that. But there are things, unfortunately, that I'm not able to support here, as much as it pains me. Unfortunately, I'm not prepared to support Councillor Bravo's motion today, and that's because we heard Councillor Carroll spoke of the hard work that she did working with Gord Tanner for the investments that are proposed in her motion. In those discussions, he also did point out again that he's bringing us a report in April, running these 24-hour emergency centers through the funding that she's putting in. That's going to give important information that he's going to use to make recommendations for our next steps. That's the right way to go, not making a quick motion from something that came in at the 11th hour. I'm also not going to be supportive, I think as you can all imagine, on the motion that talks about defunding the Gardiner Expressway. We have $500 million in costs we've already spent on that project. It's a 60-year-old piece of infrastructure that is in a poor state of repair. We need to move forward with that. And lastly, I won't be supporting Councillor Holliday's motions. It's very risky if you look at what those things are that he's just proposing that transportation find some money in. He's proposing that we find it from transportation and safety and operations. That's Vision Zero. And same with some of the other buckets that are in there. So I know that we all worked very, very hard, especially over the last few days. And again, I'd like to thank everybody. And I'd like to thank Mayor Tory for his leadership that he had in bringing this forward, bringing us this budget and getting us to where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I stand before you to support the final 2023 operating and capital budget presented to Council by Mayor Tory. Of course, as I did previously, I want to thank all staff for the incredible commitment that they have made to this budget in an extremely difficult, challenging year. I want to thank the Budget Committee, of course, and the hundreds of residents who came out across the city, all across the city, to participate in the process.
Councillor Crawford, do you have a motion?
Oh, gee, yeah, I do have a motion. It's I think a technical motion on the mayor's interests, I believe.
Well, can we put it on the screen?
Yeah. Apologize.
Okay.
Again, it's just to do with the mayor's interests. Okay, where was I? Thanking my colleagues, of course, for coming out. And I want to thank my colleagues for working collaboratively. We've talked about that. And I've been doing this for many years, and I think every year we agree and disagree on a lot of things, but the one thing we have always done is usually come together. There have been a few times where we've had almost unanimous votes. We don't have a vote today, but we have come together, and Councillor Carroll's motion shows that. And again, I want to thank Mayor Tory for his continued and unwavering leadership throughout this entire process. We've worked very closely over the last 10 months, and I just want to thank him for that. As budget chief for the last 9 years, and I've said it a few times, this has been, by no doubt, the most challenging city budget that I've had to deal with. City faces a series of unprecedented challenges as we work to recover from COVID-19 and the pandemic, and this has made the preparing of this budget even more difficult. And as the mayor mentioned in his remarks, you look at rising inflation, increased fuel costs, interest rate hikes, supply chain challenges, not to mention the increases in shelter costs and the decreased TTC box revenues. 3 years later, after COVID, the economy has rebounded, but we are still left with a $1.56 billion hangover. That is why we need to continue to be prudent in the decisions with the city's finances to maintain our long-held record of fiscal responsibility that numerous credit agencies have recognized as stable and strong, and that is something we can be proud of. That is why I joined Mayor Tory in his call to the federal and provincial governments for a new fiscal framework for the City of Toronto. If there's one thing we need to look at as a priority in the next couple of years, that is it. That is the one thing. I think we are all in agreement on that, whatever political stripe we are. This budget proposes significant investments in public safety as well as important investments in housing and transit. It recognizes the affordability challenges that many Torontonians are facing. It supports the Toronto Police as well as funding important social supports. It supports our emergency services, including firefighters, paramedics, and 911 operators. This budget protects the frontline services that we all expect, and that was one of the priorities as we began this process. It protects vital programs like eviction prevention in the community program. It continues investments in the city's multi-unit residential acquisition program, MURA. And it invests in more initiatives like the Toronto Community Crisis Service and will carefully scale up this program across the city. We have invested an additional $53 million in subsidy for the TTC, bringing almost $1 billion of subsidy to the TTC. I will be supporting Councillor Carroll's motions, of course, because they are good motions for all of us. I will be supporting Councillor Burnside's number 2, Councillor Matlow's 4A, 4B, Councillor Fletcher 5 and 6. As a few of us has mentioned, the some I won't be supporting. Councillor Bravo's 3, Councillor Matlow's C and D. And I just want to remind everybody, if you're thinking of actually supporting D, this is a backdoor way of using debt for operating. This is something we should not be doing. As much as it may look innocent, we cannot support that. And along with C and Councillor Holliday's B and C. So those are the motions I'll be supporting. I think everybody's mentioned that. And finally, I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor John Tory, for your strong and unwavering commitment to this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Privilege?
Councillor Holiday, point of privilege.
Madam Speaker, on a point of privilege, I wanted to apologize to Councillor Carroll. When I was making the remarks, I used the word padded, and Councillor Carroll let me know that that was taken as a negative connotation. And I wanted to let Councillor Carroll know that there was absolutely no intent on that, and if it was taken the wrong way, I apologize. While I would like to be critical of the motion, I don't mean to imply, anything that was wrong. It's entirely within Councillor Carroll's right to raise that, and it is there before us. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so that was the end of speakers. So what we'll do is we'll compile the motions. So we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and vote.
Have to do when we come back. Yeah.
No item is amended, no. Counselor Carroll, I understand that you want to amend a motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I spoke earlier, it's a non-financial impacting wording change in my motion in 1A, Roman 3. There's a slight change to the wording. Instead of attributing it specifically to those two programs, it now reads in the revised motion, to further impactful frontline services delivered by agencies in North Etobicoke and the Jane Finch community, including Think Twice in North Etobicoke and Yace and Jane and Finch, such that there are a couple of other youth-serving agencies that may be folded into the 800,000 at Ms. Campbell's discretion.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Counselor Holiday, Counselor Holiday, I believe that you have an amended motion as well?
I do, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for the support in getting all the numbers realigned.
So what are you amending?
So the chart is now shorter because there was a match between the budget notes and the line items on the chart. And it is really now exactly what it,
But
it's,
I was told it was only 131,000 in
you
the
know, I
account.
work with the staff to try to tie this back to the notes as opposed to the staff report.
Pardon? Oh, did I say 31? Oh, you're using 130, okay, so it is
So
130,
it's,
okay.
well, it's 130 and 830,
130 and 830?
correct.
But the 830 is not in the account.
It's here.
Oh, 10-year plan.
Here's
Oh, it's
Appendix
accurate?
6.
Okay, taking the staff's word for it. Okay, so you're amending your motion.
It's here.
Okay,
Thank you, Speaker.
thank you. Okay, just a sec, Counselor Chang. Okay, Counselor Chang?
Thank you. So there's two motions, right? The first motion is the naming of Dundas, renaming of Dundas, and the second one is the allocation of the funding. So what happens if we say yes to the first but no to the allocation? Then does that just mean we have 130,000 that just is floating and undesignated?
Well, I think, Counselor Holly, I don't have your motion in front of me. It's just one motion.
It's just one motion.
It's just one motion.
Oh, it's just one motion?
Yes, it's not two
So
motions.
you have to take the package?
Yeah, it's,
Got it.
yeah, okay, thank you. Counselor Fletcher, you're standing.
I am. It's actually not about the budget. I just want to take this opportunity before we're finished and we're too tired to really thank our Sergeant at Arms and our Security Chief for a very difficult situation earlier today and how well they handled it. As Speaker, I just wanted to note that here.
Thank you.
Well done.
Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, to Councillor Holliday, I just wanted to be clear. I don't see it here in print, but it was mentioned that this is dealing with the renaming of Dundas. The total amount here that you have for 2023 is 130,000 and then 800,000, but it says Dundas Square here, and can you just explain that to me, please?
This is what is out of the budget notes.
I appreciate that, Councillor, but exactly what are you trying to do?
To reallocate the funding.
Yes, so with respect to the renaming of Dundas Street, that initiative?
Those are the project names, correct?
Pardon me?
Those are the project names,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Just wanted to make sure I was quite clear as to what you were trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Did I hear another point of order? No? Well, I don't know. I heard somebody say point, so I don't know. Councillor Cole, what's your point of order?
Sorry. My point of order is this motion, as amended, is not recognizing that this council was given misleading information. And we've got to get a retraction of that because there was a specific reference to 5.5 million in the budget that was for renaming of Dundas. So let's get that clear that that is not the case
Well,
and that
he-
should be retracted.
Councillor Cole, he did. He's amended his motion.
But he didn't retract that 5.5 million categorical statement he made, and he even said staff wasn't right in that regard either.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Yeah, Councillor Holiday? Yes.
Madam Speaker, if I may offer some explanation. The motion was drafted using the 2021 report with the very specific material in the financial section. And so that was transcribed over to the motion. Some of those line items were referenced in the details of the budget notes, some were not. So working with the clerks, I asked, is this the way that I can extract this and reallocate it within the budget? So we did our best. We did our best because the details are within the notes and we don't necessarily have them. So what the staff and what the speaker has pointed out is, effectively, if you can't point to the number, and we've got very limited level of detail in front of us, then, amend the motion accordingly. So that's what I did. And so I took out the numbers where I couldn't actually point to it within the note, as opposed to what was listed in the original report. So I can give you the link, and it was right in the original
Yeah,
motion.
okay, Councillor Holiday, I think what Councillor Cole is asking you, just if you can retract the comment that you made that there was that over $5 million in this
I made it
account.
in good faith, Madam Speaker. It
Yeah.
wasn't done in, it wasn't done.
But Councillor Holiday, just retract that comment because when you brought that forward and the staff said there wasn't that money, you were disputing that as saying that the staff is incorrect.
Well, no, actually, Madam Speaker, I was disputing you when you were saying that those numbers aren't there.
Well, then you're telling me I'm incorrect.
Well, Madam Speaker, you said that those numbers weren't there,
Well,
but they are. They're here.
Councillor Holiday, just retract that comment, please.
Look, Madam Speaker, if that's the wish of council, I will retract those comments to save the peace, but in recognition that you were very gracious in allowing the motion to be amended.
Thank you. Okay, so we're ready to vote. Motion 1 by Councillor Carroll. We'll put it on the screen. Councillor Carroll, you want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative, thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, our next motion is motion 2 by Counselor Burnside, if we can put it on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands carried. Our next motion is motion 3 by Counselor Bravo. We can put the motion on the screen and recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? I'm in the negative. Negative, thank you. Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 17-8.
Okay, next motion is motion 4A by Counselor Matlow. If we can put it on the screen. Recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? In the affirmative. Affirmative, thank you. Motion 4A carries. The vote is 25-1.
Our next motion is 4B by Counselor Matlow. Recorded vote. Oh, you don't want a recorded vote? On favor? Show of hands carried. Okay, thanks. Motion 4C by Counselor Matlow. Recorded vote. Yeah. Yes, recorded.
Counselor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? Negative. Negative, thank you. Motion 4C does not carry. The vote is 19-7.
Motion 4D by Counselor Matlow. Recorded vote.
Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? In the negative, thank you. Motion 4D does not carry. The vote is 22-4.
Motion 4E by Counselor Matlow, recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? I'm in the affirmative. Affirmative, thank you. Motion 4E does not carry. The vote is 19-7.
Motion 5 by Counselor Fletcher. On favor, show of hands. You want a recorded vote on that? Okay, recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, your vote verbally, please. Affirmative, thank you. Motion 5 carries. The vote is 25-1.
Motion 6 by Counselor Malik. On favor, carried. Motion 7A by Counselor Holliday. If we can put it on the screen. Recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, your vote verbally, please. In the negative, thank you. Motion 7A does not carry. The vote is 21-5.
Okay, motion 7B by Counselor Holliday, as amended. Yes, recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, your vote verbally, please. Negative, thank you. Motion 7B does not carry. The vote is 21 to 5.
Motion 7C by Counselor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? Negative, thank you. Motion 7C does not carry. The vote is 24 to 2.
Seven A. Counselor Thompson.
Hi, Speaker. I wonder if we could reopen 7A. I know that you had voted the incorrect way, so
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see how we can do that.
Okay.
Re-vote on that one.
All in favor?
Okay.
Show of hands, carried. Okay, so we'll do another recorded vote for 7A, and thank you, Counselor Thompson. 7A,
Welcome.
recorded vote.
I was, it's Shelley moved it. Yeah. No, she needed to vote yes because she has mechanical in her area. I voted no. It's still gonna lose, yeah. Speaker, my mic is still on. Speaker? Can you just tell the speaker my mic is on, please? It's okay.
Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative. Thank you. And Councillor Cole, may I have your vote, please? Negative. Thank you. The revote on motion 7A does not carry. The vote is 18-8.
We're going to be voting. So, okay, we're going through. Which one is the? Which item did you want to have an? 7B, Councillor Carroll is reopening. Okay, all in favor? Show of hands carried. Okay, recorded. Yeah. Yeah, that's to reopen. Now it's a recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, may we have your vote, please? Negative. Thank you. The revote on motion 7B does not carry. The vote is 20-6.
Okay, so motion 8 by Councillor Crawford. Yes, and Mayor Tory, you have a conflict on this one, if you can. Okay, so motion 8 by Councillor Crawford, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Cole? Affirmative. Thank you. Motion 8 carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay. Okay, so that's it for the votes. Mayor Tory?
Speaker, I have a notice here that I'll give to the clerk, just indicating that I'm entitled to shorten the 10-day period for vetoing an amendment resolution passed by the City Council of the proposed budget, and I'm just giving notice that I will not exercise that power, so the budget will go forward as it has been approved here in all the various amendments. So I'll give that to the clerk.
Okay. Okay, so may I think that's it for the bit. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Crisanti. You have to read it. Oh.
that leave be granted to introduce bills 156 to 161.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Show of hands.
Oh, you could turn me off.
Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce a confirmative bills? Mayor Tory.
Granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 4 on February 15th, 2023.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to sections 226.9 and 226.14 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Recorded vote. Recorded vote. Oh, okay.
Councillor Cole, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Burnside, please. Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Ainsley, please. In favor, thank you. And Councillor McKelvey. In favor, thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Okay, so I want to, before we adjourn, I want to thank city staff, all the staff that were here. It's been a long day. And thank you to security again. And thank you to members of council. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.